Yo, we're back. Let's get that sorted. We're back. Long time no see. Much disruption in my life. But we are back to stream today. I'm going to finish off some portfolio images that I'm working on just to send out. And yeah, we'll just have a catch up, chill one, paint sesh, Q&A, whatever. Get distracted for a bit. That works. But yeah, we are back at it today. So yeah, let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with old paintings that slap. It's the way we do. Today I have for you quite a simple one. It's very well painted, but it is quite simple nonetheless. And this is the Death of Icarus by Alexandra Cabanel. Like I said, it's kind of a very simple composition, you know, very very told story. But I do really like it for its simplicity. Like there isn't anything else to get. It's just kind of really well painted. And yeah, it's kind of, in a way, instead of showing like the grand end to Icarus, it kind of just almost highlights the sort of the hubris of it, you know, just man dies on the beach after falling, trying to reach the sun, you know. It's so I kind of like that version of it, if you like. It's just very simple, very like, it's over, dude. Ain't much else to it. So there we go. I've got YouTube chat open as well, by the way. If anyone's watching on YouTube, I've got it open today. And let's get cracking. Let me just change the music to something that doesn't have any lyrics, because this is kind of confusing me in the background a little bit. Let's go. Bit of wave or something. Something good to paint to. All right, we're back. So, what are we going to work on today? I have 3 images in the works that are specific, like portfolio images that I'm going to work on today. I started these a few days ago. 2 of them are, hey, yo, Sarah, what's up? Unexpected live stream, let's go. Yeah, indeed. I've thanks for the 6 months. Crazy. Yeah, I've got some portfolio images that are like, one's like 95% finished, one is probably like 80 or 90% finished, and one is about 30% finished. So I'm going to try and finish them all up today. That's the plan. I'll show you what we've got in the order of how close they are to being finished. So these are portfolio images that I'm going to be sending out later this week, along with some other work. But I have this one, Mr. Incredible. So this one is what was I going to say? This one is really almost there. There's just like a few things that I want to tidy up. There's some bits that I haven't like finished yet, but there's really not an awful lot of painting to be done on this one to finish it up. So that's probably where I'm going to start. Then the next one that I have is this one, which I started on Monday and kind of sorted out the composition. And then yesterday, I like redrew it all and then did all the rendering. So This is probably about a day and a half's work on this one. So this one needs finishing up, but again, it's really just like there's some few things I want to move around, some edges I want to tidy up, a little bit of extra rendering here and there, but there's really like nothing else that I want to do to it in a major way. It's just finishing it up. And then this last one is the one that I started yesterday afternoon, and this is, as you can see, like very unfinished at this point. But this is the basic idea. It's the Keyblade from Kingdom Hearts, and this is kind of like the item. So essentially, did like two characters, and then an item card. And this is what I'm going to send out to Lorcana, see if they won't hire me. So yeah, there you go. That's what we're going to work on today. And like I said, I think I'll probably do them in this order, where I'll finish this one because it doesn't need much. This one also doesn't need much, but it does need a little bit more. It's just a bit of a tidy up here and there. I really wanted to put a little bit more work into this pillow, maybe change the angle of it, and so on. And then, yeah, finally, this one is really just rendering it up. All the like hard part has been done. It's just I just laid out kind of roughly where it's just my color rough, if you like. Massive Kingdom Hearts fan. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, it's one of those games that I really quite liked a lot of the Final Fantasy games when I was younger. So Kingdom Hearts was something that was like a cool crossover. But yeah. All right, hang on. Let me just put my phone on charge, and we'll get back into it. All right. So yeah, let's get into it, I guess. It's good to be back streaming though. I was gonna maybe stream yesterday when I was painting this, but I just kind of needed to concentrate, get my mind together. This one was quite a hard one to kind of figure out because, you know, I'm trying to sort of match the style, at least that I see with the other kind of cards, and especially for these older. It's so pretty. It's given Lorcana. Yeah, this is portfolio work. My intention is to send these out once it's done. What's going on here? Might have to close some of these down while I'm working on the others. But yeah, my intention is to send these out when they're done. So let's close this. And yeah, should be right. Yeah, so with these older characters, right, you know, Sleeping Beauty was done in what? Let's see. I want to say the 50s, but it could even be... let's see. Sleeping Beauty, Disney. Yeah, it came out in 1959, right? And with these older characters in older Disney, you know, there isn't any lighting on them. You know, they are flat, right? And so I had initially had a struggle with like retaining the look of the character, when adding lighting, and so my first attempt was like a little bit too like this. This is about as much lighting as you can add really without it starting to really change the appearance, because they're very basic on the inside. So anyway, I had a bit of a struggle in the beginning with it until I sort of found that point where it was like, okay, there's enough. I can get away with some lighting in here, but I need to be very careful with like how much form and stuff I depict. Otherwise it really starts to move away from like Disney, but B, it's like gets quite hard to define the character. Whereas he's 3D animation, right? So he has form. He isn't just like a drawing with colors inside. He has form. He has a bit more. He actually has lighting applied to him in the animations and so on. So he's a little bit easier to do in that sense. But I did this one first. I was like, this is very much like in my comfort zone, And I was like, if I'm going to send stuff to them as a portfolio, I should maybe do a Disney princess, because it's what they're known for, right? And then on top of that, I was like, I'll do an item card as well, because there's a ton of items in the card game, and there's a ton of items in Disney in general. So yeah, just wanted to do that. Plus I feel like, and I don't mean any shade on this, but painting items is easy. It's very by the numbers, I find. Like, if you know what material it is, it's not difficult to figure out. There's no facial expression. There's no subtlety in like the look. There's just nothing really crazy about it. You can find ref easy. You can set up models easy, and this one and the other. Yo, what's up, Jesse? How you going? I hope you've been well. Looks really nice. Nice values. Danke. Dankeschön. So anyway, that's where I'm at. Enough chat. I'm gonna get into this now. Finish these up. And then, hopefully tomorrow get everything sent out. All right, I'm going to close these other two whilst I paint on this one. Got artist, good morning. All right. Sorry, I'm just closing these so that I'm not absolutely killing Photoshop whilst chatting to you guys and painting. All right. There we go. It likes that better. There we go. That's fine. These are, images that are going to go into a portfolio, which I'm going to send Lorcana's way. So yeah, fan arts, you could say, yeah. But like I said, they're all at a stage where I'm like, they just need finishing up. I thought it'd be nice to come on stream and do that with you guys, because it's the more relaxed part of it. You know, obviously I paint a lot of stuff on stream with you guys anyway, but you know, I actually proper need to focus on these in the beginning. So I just didn't want to be distracted. I also wanted to get them done really quick. So love the shapes, really dynamic. Thanks. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's you know, obviously people do love Disney, right? But overall, but yeah, it's not something that, you know, I've ultimately been really drawn to over the years, but I do really like what they're doing with the Lorcana card game. Like, I think it's I think the art style, or like the art styles in which it sort of navigates, is something that is very comfortable for me to do. You know, this kind of like sort of 2.5D, you know, stylized, bold shapes, rim lighting, you know, just, and then also the sort of more classically sort of Disney style and stuff. But yeah, it's just something that is like adjacent to you know, stuff that I find I can do, and so for me it was like a bit of a no-brainer to be like, okay, I've got some time, I will make some portfolio images instead of just sending out my current portfolio, which, you know, does have some work that I think they'd be interested in, but I think it's always good to do work that is directly related to, or like is the work that you're looking to do. You don't need to, like, I'll tell you why. Because you know, I look at a lot of portfolios, and you can tell a certain level of skill from someone, you know, by looking at the work they produce in their portfolio. But sometimes you'd be hiring for a certain style, or, you know, in this case, like Lorcana, and they're not really looking necessarily for you to have what's the easiest way of saying this? It's easier to see if you know that you could fit in the project if you just have something that is directly related to the project in your portfolio. No one has to be like, oh, he's quite good at this. This is similar to what we need. I wonder if he's good at what we need. Just do it. Just do the thing that you want to be hired for and send it to them specifically, along with some of your other stuff to supplement it. But like, take the guesswork out of it. But yeah, you just also, I would be careful with this kind of stuff that you, if you do add it to your portfolio, that you just put it in there as fan art. Don't use any of the company's like branding or anything like that. Like just put it in there, put that it's fan art in the title, explain that it's fan art in the description. Don't use the company's logo or anything like that. That stuff is just going to piss people off. You know what I mean? People do this on ArtStation. They'll do a piece of League of Legends fan art or Runeterra fan art, and they'll use the Runeterra logo, and then they'll just put fan art underneath it, really small. Don't do that. All you're doing is clickbaiting people, and you're messing with the studio's IP. You're essentially tricking people into thinking that it is from that, and either your work's like not good enough and you're doing it, which is not good because now you're cosplaying as an artist that works on it, but you're not. Or like it is good enough, but it's not part of the set, and you've again you're using their IP in a disingenuous way. So by all means do fan art and portfolio work. Just don't use like company branding when you do it. You'd be like, oh, why didn't they call me back? Yeah, because you're being disingenuous. Yeah, I've done this back in the day too. I guess it's also to catch the eye, maybe kind of like a beginner trick to have a bit of attention using the logo, I mean, but still saying it's fan art and all. Yeah, it's just, if there's anything that's like going to get you overlooked, it's going to be stuff like that. Just, it's no good. You know, I've heard this firsthand as well. This isn't just like me having my own preferences about this stuff. I've heard this firsthand from people working at various companies, that this is something that they really don't like seeing. It's not going to help you in any way. Like, also, clickbaiting a few people to look at your image is not going to do anything for you. It's not going to get you a job or anything like that. At most, it's just going to get someone's eyes on your work, and at worst, it's going to hurt your chances or annoy people. So it's actually antithetical to the thing that you're trying to do in the first place, is my advice here. As someone that has also done silly stuff like this in the past. Yeah. It also is something that, like, you don't see any professionals doing it, right? You either you did the work for the thing, and therefore you have the logo on it, or you didn't and you don't. You know, sticking the logo on stuff is just telling people that you are, you know, you're an amateur. You gotta fake it till you make it, you know. Act professional. Get treated professional. Anyway, just a bit of advice. Follow it or don't. But I think it's kind of cute in a way, and it's a thing you'll learn with time and experience. It's not necessarily what's needed. Yeah, it's whatever. Like I said, most of the time, if someone's doing it, it's they weren't really in any danger of getting hired. Let's put it that way. And just tidying up all these little bits in the background before move on to Aurora. So yeah, I had initially a bit of a struggle with the Aurora one. I had her sort of more foreshortened away from the camera in sort of like a more, at least I like her head was a bit more sort of off and turned to the side. And while it looked pretty cool rendered, right, it you know, the face being turned away and stuff, because it was, you know, three-dimensional and very foreshortened, it honestly could have been anyone. Like, it just didn't look like Aurora at all. In the same way that it's quite difficult to like retain the look of someone when their head is like turned in such a way. So I was kind of unhappy with it. I went home. I made the decision overnight to basically stick to something very close to reference, you know, a head angle, etc. And this way, it's like, it's no doubt it's Aurora. And yeah, it just kind of made it all click. So then I redrew all of that out, and it worked nicely from then on. And I wasn't feeling like doubtful about it. Because that's the thing I hate the most, really, is like feeling really feeling anxious about something in the illustration. You just like, and it's not that the thing that I was doing wasn't working or like wasn't good. It just wasn't hitting the note that I needed it to. Like, overall, it just needed to read as Aurora and kind of not be mistaken. Because that composition is quite sort of abstracted, right? In my mind, it was like, this is Aurora, you know, in a sort of dreaming realm, right? It's just my sort of the brief that I gave myself. Aurora in a sort of surreal dreaming realm with like pillows flying around her and bed sheets twisting around. That's kind of what I wanted to do. But in the other version that I had of it, because the background was like quite abstract, right? And you couldn't necessarily tell it was Aurora because of the head angle. That I was worried that it was going to look a bit too much like Alice in Wonderland. So I was worried about that confusion, basically, of it being too surreal and not enough like Aurora, and those two things becoming like, oh, then maybe it's Alice in Wonderland, you know. That was my concern with it. So change the head angle to be something much more much more closer to the references. Played the lighting down a lot, so she was a lot more like two-dimensional. And I think those things kind of alleviated the problems that I had with it initially. This one, yo, Oracle, what's going on? It's been a while since I've been able to join the stream. Well, it's been a while since I've actually been on stream. It's been well over a month now. Like, I want to say it's been like 5 or 6 weeks that I've been streaming. Because I was away on holiday for 2 weeks. Then we had like the heat wave. And we had my wife's parents staying. And then, yeah. Oh, then I was in Brighton. And so there we go. Okay. So those are the like little things that I wanted to touch up on this one. Yeah, it was just a few little things that were like clearly bugging me about that, but yeah, pretty. It's just like a Lorcana card. It's part of a portfolio of 3 images that I'm going to send to Lorcana. Yeah. So this is image 1. Let's save this. I'll quickly go over to camera, and I'll open up the other 2. But yeah, I was just trying to think. I think I spent a total of like 4 days on these so far. Let's open the other 2. You'll like this one. Okay, so this is the second one. Sleeping Beauty. Aurora, as it were. This one was really fun. Like, it was nice kind of trying to figure out how to approach the hair. And like the sort of dress details without going into too much detail. And like, yeah, just a really nice playing around with textures and stuff, like just trying to do something simple, abstracted, you know, just nice. So this one still needs a little bit of work. This one is pretty much done now. So let's put that there. We'll save this. And then we'll get him out of here. Okay. We'll work on Aurora next. And we'll take a screenie of this as well. And we got the Keyblade as like an item card, because, you know, can't just do all the characters. Part of me sort of wants to do a 4th one and do like a location, because they have that in the game. Locations. I'm working on that Monster Apocalypse book cover thing the client wanted thumbnail B, but I think it's coming along nicely. I'll update probably. Nice. Let's see. If I'm ever doing a set of stuff like this, I'd like to put them all together in a thing. Yeah, so this is the portfolio so far, basically. And I'm going to send some of my other, some of my other work as well. Stuff that is still relevant, but, these are like specifically in the style, which, obviously just gives you the best chance possible, right? And it's good for me as well to do something like this, and then I get a much more of a measure of like how long something like this takes me as well. So that's another good reason to sort of do targeted images, because then I would like very specifically know, okay, this takes me this long to do, so I could take on this many at a time if I needed to. All of that. But yeah, I mean, they take like a day and a half, 2 days. So yeah, if you had to do thumbnails, yeah, probably like 3 days overall. The render really doesn't take long once it's set up. And you can do a lot of the setup in the thumbnailing stage as well. So yeah, it's good. It's good. All right. Petals. So on this one, yeah, it was some of the pillows that I wanted to work on. It's going through. Hey yo, what's going on, Sir Cats? Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Just turning off some of these layers here. All right. Pillows. And the pillow line art is where you hiding, bruv? Banger music going on. I'll send it to you. That's the music. All good. New pieces looking really nice. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, these are 3 new ones. Yeah, started on Friday. So we're just finishing them up today. We just finished this one, literally just now. We're just about to start finishing up this one, which again won't take too long. And then this one needs quite a bit of painting because I only spent maybe a couple of hours on it yesterday. And yeah, it's just kind of blocked in, but it's roughly everything's there that I need to work with. So yeah, I wanted to work on this pillow a little bit because I was feeling like it was a little bit kind of lackluster overall. And maybe I kind of want to turn the angle of it. Let's turn all that stuff off. Yeah, I did spend like quite a bit of time like doing a lot of visual research, you know. I bought some Lorcana cards just so I could see them in the flesh, get an idea of like the different styles that people are working in. And I've been looking at a lot of images online and like sort of making a mental note of some of my favorites that I've seen, you know, and being like, okay, this is kind of where I'd want to position myself if I was making the cards, you know. So that just gave me an idea of like a couple of things that I wanted to show in a portfolio. So I wanted with Mr. Incredible here, I just wanted to show a bit more of like 3D rendering. So on a character that is already kind of 3D. And this is kind of quite within my comfort zone, you know. It's like superhero kind of action, some foreshortening, you know, dynamic composition kind of thing. Which is fine, but that's not like everything that they have. And also Lorcana and Disney are like more known for their princesses and stuff. So I was like, I've got to do a Disney princess. So I was having a chat to Daisy, and I was like, which Disney princess should I do? And I was kind of leaning towards like doing Elsa or something, but then I was like, no, that's also like 3D. I need to choose like a 2D one. So we were talking about it, and yeah, we came up with Sleeping Beauty, and I was like, yeah, that's pretty decent. All right, we'll try. So that's that. And I was just going to do the two, but then I was like, well, you know what? A big part of some of the art in the game is items. So I want to show that I can do that as well. So then we did the Keyblade, which was kind of a simple choice for me. I was like, it's just something I remember from being a kid, and I think it's kind of cool. And as far as I could see, there isn't a card that is specifically for the Keyblade at the moment, so unless I'm mistaken, but just like that'd be cool. But now part of me is like wants to do a location as well. You really like the crown. It's really nothing to it. It's really hard not to like do more with this. Like part of me wants to like render more of it, but that isn't really how some of these images come across. You know, I think unless there's like a special card, the style in which the characters are drawn, the style in which the the characters are drawn in their original format seems to be like the style that they take on the most in the cards. So like there isn't too many like 3D renderings of some of the more 2D Disney princesses and stuff like that. Now I don't know if that's like just by choice. It seems to me like it is. So I wanted to adhere to that essentially. Let's duplicate these. Let's merge those. Delete the rest. Okay. And the line work for that was a Kamama. I really adore the old 2D Disney princess movies. They're very charming. Yeah, a lot of the old Disney stuff is really very charming. I grew up with a lot of that as a kid, so there's a certain nostalgia there. Yeah, there's a certain nostalgia there. I used to really like The Sword in the Stone. I watched that a mazillion times. I was apparently obsessed with it as a kid. So I just wanted to try turning this pillow this way. Let's see. Yo, Jonah, what's up? You're late, dude. Always one. Okay, that feels a little better. Where it was before, like this, I wasn't liking, just wasn't liking the spacing of it. There was just something about like the flow of this, and this that felt a little bit too like even to me, and so this now with a bit more negative space, I don't know, it's just a bit more pleasing to my eye for some reason. And this is like the hero pillow, you know, at the front, so it needs a little bit of extra love. But yeah, anyway. So it's been a quite fun one, this one. Big, medium, small. If you're looking for like a sort of a daily study exercise, something that really helpful and kind of fun to do, set yourself to a challenge to draw a pillow every day. Just get a pillow, preferably in just like a plain cover, and just throw it on the sofa, and then have a you know, either like a window light on it or some kind of directional light. Really good exercise. Really good for learning like drapery and folds, but also it's just a great little rendering exercise because you get random forms to render, and it's very satisfying to capture and get. You just get these very nice forms and folds, and it's kind of like rolling hills or something. But yeah, it's really good exercise. Did it several years ago. Yeah, like I said, it was really helpful stuff. So I recommend. And it's very easy to do as a daily thing. You just like half an hour or so, you know. Can't go wrong. 10 out of 10. When I was coming up with the idea for this one, I was like, oh yeah, flying pillows. That was actually the bit I was most excited about. You were like, I know my pillows, damn it. Yeah, it's, I don't know. They're just really satisfying to paint. Literal comfort zone. Yeah. Yeah, they're just really satisfying. There's nothing else about it. Right. I'm just going to quickly make a, I actually really quite like this image upside down as well. Right, I'm just going to quickly make a hot drink. I'll be right back. Yo, I'm back. I'm back. So, where were we? In the literal comfort zone. So yeah, was there anything else that I wanted to really add to this one? I wanted to maybe try something on the dress. Very ghostly. Yeah, what's quite nice about this style as well is that you was noticing that the line work color changes across the character. Yeah, let me just change the music. The end of this mix is like a bit bit too in your face, you know. Yeah, the line work color changes on the character. So this is the character with no line work. You know, just like all the flat shapes. And if I turn like the lighting and stuff off. You know, same process that I use all the time, you know. But just sort of worked up a little differently. So these are just various different multiply layers. Like there's one that's for the dress. And then there's one for the hair and skin. Then there's that main light source. Don't even know what that is. Oh, yeah, it's the bottom part of the dress, all right. So anyway, the line work. This is it without line work. And then I have the line work on, but notice where the line work in the hair is kind of like, you know, this slightly off-white, kind of yellowy color. But then the line work on the skin becomes like a darker version of the skin. And then on like the nose, it's slightly darker. In here in the corners of the mouth, it's slightly darker. See, it's skin colored here, right? But then it transitions into being that light color on the dress. And then down here, it transitions to being the same color as the dark part of the dress. And then again on here, the line work's lighter. So you can see it changing here. Ding, ding. And this kind of serves the purpose of it's like the line work is kind of being like the lighting, and in places it's kind of being like ambient occlusion, and it's kind of guiding or providing a boundary for shapes. So although the style is very two-dimensional, right? It's line work, it's flat shapes, and then it has like a bit of shading, but the shading's a bit more like patterning than it is really providing a lot of form. Like it's just kind of planar in a sense. The line work is doing a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to separating things out, delineating edges, providing ambient occlusion, and so on. So like if I turn the line work off again, you see kind of how like flat and unresolved it is. You know, it feels like it needs more render work, right? But then you turn these lines back off and suddenly you get barriers like between different materials. You get a kind of sense of structure and kind of finality to the edges. And in some places you get, you know, like here, for example, you get ambient occlusion and you get like a little bit of perceived like lighting going on, and that is what's holding it together. And so it's quite interesting to sort of figure that out, because it's quite minimal compared to something that I would usually do. You know, like this although still quite minimal, relies a lot more on rendering to resolve what's going on. Like there is transitions, there's edges and so on to make these forms read. It's a bit more like, sophisticated is not the right word, because I think the other way is also very sophisticated. It's just, this is a bit more resolved and a bit more three-dimensional, I guess. And so it doesn't need line work to help it. It has its ambient occlusion, you know, it has its soft edges, it has its hard edges, and so on. Whereas this, the line work is doing a lot of the heavy lifting here in that. So it's really important to have like a clean, nice drawing in the beginning. Vengeful Orca. Thanks for the follow. And then what I did is I duplicated the line work and put it on a color dodge layer, and I just then like masked it back and forth, so it was like a lot brighter in some of these areas in the hair where it like catches the light. And you can see here sort of made it a lot redder, kind of a bit more like a sort of what you'd expect, like a sort of subsurface scattering kind of a thing. So instead of rendering that stuff in, that stuff is now part of the line work, and that's what enables it to stay more two-dimensional, but have the things you're kind of expecting from something more three-dimensional in there. And it's just quite an interesting thing. And then add a little bit of bloom here, but it's just like something interesting about the style that was good to sort of figure out live and recognize about it. Because yeah, it can be. It was difficult. I tried to approach this one in the same way that I had approached this one, and it just didn't work. And I saw the problem. I saw like why it's not being done, you know. So I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, I wanted to try something with the dress here, something small. Just wanted to see if it maybe needed a little bit of something. Part of me was like quite tempted to have, you know, like a pattern in the dress in here, but I didn't feel quite right. It felt a bit too much, you know, like a sort of a, imagine a kind of a pattern in the here. But yeah, it just felt a bit too kind of busy and so on, and I wanted to keep it quite traditional feeling. I was just trying up here if it needed like a little bit of it, tiny little bit of like form to this stuff a little bit more, but I actually don't think it does. Okay, yeah, quite happy with this one. Let's get her on the lineup. Okay, let's save. But yeah, really fun image, that one. I do like doing like falling, dreamy, flowy girl image. It's cropped up a bit in my things I like to draw. repertoire, let's say. You know, dreamy, flowy, weird, abstracty, floating, dreamy, flowy, abstracty kind of thing. I mean, this turned into a different image, but as you can see, flowy. This one, dreamy, flowy girl in liquid. Yeah, similar, I guess. Going on here. Not so much. I mean, this was the other one. But yeah, it pops up quite a bit. So it was good to be able to do one for a specific purpose, you know. All right then, so Keyblade. Let's get this going. Get out of here. Definitely turned out really nice. No, thanks. So, with the Keyblade, the idea here was it's the Keyblade. Yeah, we got the sort of the moon, the heart-shaped moon from Kingdom Hearts. I remember it being on the like cover of the game. And yeah, this is just providing the light source for the Keyblade, and then we're going to have some like bluey light from below. So really, this is just a case of like rendering this up. You know, I have the various layers. So on. So I don't anticipate this one being like too much trouble. It's just going to separate these light sources out onto their own layers. I was thinking about that, but it doesn't really make sense. Got the line work here. Yeah, so really this one's just like a rendering exercise. There isn't too much to it. Yeah, except that it's going to be quite fun, I think. So I'm going to split these light sources out onto their own layers. And then we can design the shapes for these. Oh, what am I doing? Do you know what? I've got an easier way of doing this. Duplicate. And yeah, like that. So yeah, but yeah, thanks for joining me, everyone, on this first stream back. This little portfolio journey. I've been wanting to come back and stream for a few weeks now, but circumstances made that difficult. So yeah, it was kind of annoying me that I wasn't able to stream. And then, you know, coming back, I was like, oh man, I gotta do portfolio stuff to send out. And I did think about doing all of these like live from the start, but it was just it was a bit too much to think about on top of just like, I need to think about these things already. So I decided not to, but yeah, I'd made such good progress on them over the last few days that I thought I would come on and stream the sort of finishing touches side of these. and that will be a fun thing to do along with you guys. And yeah, then if you had like any questions or anything, I could go into those. All right, so let's make some nice shapes for these. So I gotta be careful not to do like render this as if it was like super realistic or anything, because that's not really the style. So just got to be careful in that sense not to overdo that. Still have it like that sort of it's got to have a little bit of a wiggle to it, so I like to call it. Yeah, a little bit of texture, little some inconsistencies to it, you know, just gives it that like hand drawn, hand painted kind of charm. And what that usually translates to me as is like just not being as like perfect with the lighting. You can sort of make a bit, have the light hit stuff that it wouldn't necessarily hit, you know, to just give you a better feel overall, or like describe a form a little better. You know, in essence, this edge that you're seeing here you wouldn't see light on this edge, right? It's not facing the light source, this top edge. So unless it's beveled, right, it's not showing up. But it's kind of nice for sort of picking out the edge. And again, it just gives it like a slight bit more of a like just hand drawn quality to it. It's like you want it to go around that edge so you can see a little bit more. So you can be like, oh, it's just kind of bloom or whatever that's doing that. But in essence, it's not going to do this. Like, it's not. It's metal at the end of the day. It's not like a textured. If this was something really that had like a texture to it, you know, you might see a bit of this because the texture would pick that up. But I think we do actually just like a little bit of the blue from the sky in that area to like pick that stuff out. But yeah, like I said, some of this is not going to be like correct because I want to show off a little bit of the forms. And like, I just want to show off the item, make it look cool. Sorry, itchy nose. Want to make it look cool. See, like this edge, for example, not really going to see the light on that, but it's not overly going to matter. Yeah, like the way this is happening, this shouldn't really happen. Like I said, we'll forgive it. Locked in, are you, Sarah? With the keyblade. Excellent. Of course you've got one. Let's go. Sarah just sent me an image of her watching the stream with a keyblade, so she's locked in. No one can say she's not locked. Wait. But yeah, the streams are back. The schedule little bit disjointed for a bit, just while I figure out what my work schedule is going to be. But I will obviously try and stream as much as I can again. In the usual slot, I will do some more daytime ones when I can, like this. So yeah. So there's a next set of like portfolio images that I want to do after this one. I would like to do some magic card ones. So once these are finished and sent off, I think I'm going to work on some magic card images, portfolio images, that is. Because it's very much something that's been on my like bucket list. Is to work on a print magic card. You know what I mean? I just feel like it's something that I want to do. Do I already have an idea for an image or theme? I've got like one idea in mind. Remember I did that witchfall image where it was like the waterfall and we're looking up. I was thinking I maybe want to do something like that, but with a character at the top, and them like summoning some kind of orb or something behind them, which is making all the water from the waterfall like disperse up and outwards. So that's in my mind. But that is really, really it at the moment. I would really like to do one of the dragons, or a dragon. Magic orbs are always a good idea. Yeah, I did want to do like a storm dragon, like a lightning dragon. Hang on. See if I can find this image. Give me 1 second. Trying to find this image. Yeah, so I did this image on a stream with Materia a while ago, where we just had like myself and another artist called Cookie, and we did like a face off basically, where we drew a dragon each on stream, and the two poses kind of like linked together. And I really wanted to redo this. So I'll show you. So this was the dragon that I did. This kind of like storm dragon, and it's like looking up and out this way. and it's just like this very sort of elegant snaky shape. And I thought that I would like to sort of take this idea, like this design for a dragon, and do kind of like a magic card redo of it. So yeah, I think that's kind of what I would like to do, at least for one of them, because I did really enjoy painting this one, and I thought, oh, okay, I could revisit this design again because it's kind of quite cool. I did kind of like this idea. You see this like sort of furry kind of wattle, if you like, that it's got going all the way down. I was thinking about it a little bit more. Like, it's a storm dragon, right? It doesn't use fire but lightning instead. But I was like, what if it also, because it's got all this fur on it, that it kind of generates sort of static electricity as it's moving around. And that's not necessarily the electricity that it, breathes out or whatever. But it's just like, if you wear a woolly jumper and you got like woolly socks on, and you sort of like rub your feet on the floor, and then you like touch someone on the shoulder, and you just give them like hella electric shock. I did kind of think about that, so that's what all this like static electricity like around it is all about. But yeah, I just like this idea kind of quite a bit. I feel like I could turn this idea into a magic card type illustration. I think that would work. Even just like extending the canvas here, and like we have like a big kind of storm in the background, and so we can see like, oh, okay, the dragon's like waiting in on the storm. Like, that could be a nice card, and actually use this illustration and just continue painting on it with like a storm in the background. But we'll see. Like I said, kind of like it. It was a fave of mine at the time when we did it. So let's get some other music on. Where we go? Should put some bonobo on. Who doesn't love a bit of bonobo? So yeah, that's what we might do. Other than that, though, and this sort of very brief idea of this like waterfall thing that I had in mind, I don't know what else. Might be quite nice again to do like, so we do like a creature, we do a spell, and then we do an item, or even a land card. Fuck. Okay, yeah, like we should do a few different things, basically. I think we should do like something more character focused, like the dragon, then maybe a land card, and then something cool like a spell. Munya EXE, what's going on? Let's turn the line work off a second. So yeah, but anyway, ideas welcome. I also need to think a little bit about like kind of what kind of style I put forward in that portfolio. Sort of position myself in a way. It's like what kind of style do I want to be doing cards in if I was to do them? Because in the past, when I have done portfolio images that I sent to Magic, it has been in a bit more of a realistic style, I'd say. And I would like to go like a little bit more stylized than I have in the past, I guess. But I'll have a think. If I get enough kind of work done today, I'm going to go on a big road cycle, and I will think about Magic. On that, no doubt, come up with an idea. Just hit save on that quick. Not sure if I'm into that texture just there. We'll have a look. It looks amazing. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Uh, okay, cool, cool. This is quite a nice, relaxing exercise, to be honest. This takes me back to university and using marker pens to render like product images. It's like a sort of an exacting process in a way, you know. You just sort of think about things in layers. Pro markers, yeah. So when I was at uni, I did product design and technical drawing, and yeah, we would render stuff with marker pens. And it was it's quite time consuming, but it was quite a satisfying process. Very similar to like what I'm doing here, basically, just like taking it surface by surface and you know, masking bits out and just working like shape by shape. Why does that want to go weird? But yeah, that was like my first taste of rendering, basically. And we'll just put few little scratches and imperfections on this. Nothing serious. It is sort of Disney after all. But a good little scratch can go a long way. Especially when you have like these bigger, flatter surfaces here, which like in essence, when you light them, nothing much happens. It's just, it gets lit. It can just bring that sort of more hand-drawn element back to it. And we'll play with the line work as well, like we did on the Aurora one. We'll have it like be darker in places, we'll have it be lighter in other places, and that can help give us a bit of free detail, free render. Maybe just like roughly indicate where the surface might be beveled at the edge. I don't think it actually is on the Keyblade. I think it's actually really quite a simple design, but again, it's just about giving it a bit of that like hand-drawn wiggliness. So it's not quite as robotic. It's a little bit robotic right now. But we'll mess it up a bit. We'll mess it up a bit. So let's do the kind of the darker parts of the metal. Yeah, I wish I still had some of my like marker renderings from uni. I don't think I've got any of my uni work still as like I've got photos of it on like an old computer, but I don't think I've actually got any of the like paper marker renderings, unfortunately. Looks like they added a very thin bevel to the Keyblade to catch the light. Yeah, okay, cool. They know what they're doing. Thanks, Sarah. We've got continuity Captain Continuity on the scene. But yeah, this is just quite a nice simple shape rendering exercise, really. I've got to stop doing this in such a like robotic way. Yeah, before I decided to just do the keyblade, I was like, oh, I could do like Mickey with the keyblade, but I was thinking I actually should just do an item card. It's yeah, it's being a bit looser with some of these shapes again, and I need to bring back a little bit of the like wiggle to it, so it doesn't just become this sort of very mechanically rendered item, and then it's like, oh, it kind of doesn't really fit the style, you know. But yeah, it's just a case of being a bit looser with it, and then we're gonna like mess up some of the edges a little bit. And we'll do like a bit of a final overpaint on its own layer as well, which we can just add a little bit more like brush strokey kind of flair to things, and just mess up some of the edges. Just bring back that wiggle. If you've ever listened to any Alan Watts, you'll know what I mean. Yeah, exactly. A bit of personality, but you know, there's the wiggle is good. Okay, so let's have a little quick look at the line work. Then we'll go into like a bit of an overpaint of this, where I just sort of paint on top of it a little bit, and then we'll do the background, and then we're done. So I've got the line work here. It's currently locked. I'm going to make this all... Let's make it all kind of dark blue right now. I'll just kind of decide like what I want to do with parts of it. So let's see, like this top line work here can be the same color as the light. So it kind of joins the light a little bit. You know, just gives it a bit of like sketchiness at the edge, but it's also having a second function like it did on Aurora, where it's like it becomes part of the expected, sorry, it becomes part of the surface that it's on. You know what I mean? So it either is the light or it is the shadow. So around here, for example, it can take the form of the same color as these shadow parts, and it's going to give us a bit of like ambient occlusion in that way. So around these kind of areas. So on the edge here, I'm going to make it the same color as the edge. Maybe slightly blue, like that. Then right in the middle, I'll like hit it with the same blue. And let's fade that off a little bit in the shadow. Again, let's like hit it in the middle there. I think these ones would do nicely as being the same color as the light. Slightly brighter. Yeah, that one too. Hit it in the middle. Yeah, then it can serve as kind of ambient occlusion a little bit on the chains here. So it's what I quite like about the style is that you bring the line work like in and out, kind of bring it in where you want it, push it away where you don't. So you retain some structure to the thing, but it doesn't have this kind of appearance of being like super mechanical in a way. It's just got a nice bit of a wiggle to it. Okay, so let's add color dark. Just want a little bit of like bloom and sort of chromatic pop to this. Just a little bit. Just going to pop the edge of it quite nicely. Again, it's just like picking it out from the background a little bit. Just gives it a nice little zing about it. There we go. I'll just give that a bit of a lift at the bottom there. the line work there can actually be. Color dodge, yep. Do you usually check values in black and white? Not often, to be honest. Not on something like this, anyway. On something like a much more complicated scene, if I've got like multiple characters in the scene, or you know, there's a lot going on, it's something I will do. But I think at this point as well, I'm quite comfortable with my values. I don't often like have trouble with the values. I'm quite aware of like where I want the attention to be, and like how to keep the eye there, and so on. So yeah, it's not something I do very often. On something as simple as this as well, it's like this is not necessary. I know what's going on with it, you know. Wondering if it even needs the line work on. That's not to say you shouldn't check your values, by the way. I didn't mean that to be like, you shouldn't check them. It's just, if you're asking, do I usually check the values in black and white? The answer is not all the time. It's not ultimately necessary for me to do so. it's not often I find myself in a place where the values have got out of control and I haven't realized. Do you know what I mean? I think it's one of those things that you become kind of quite acutely aware of as you improve, and it's sort of always happening in the background, but it's not as like conscious a process as it was at a certain stage where I was learning, you know, where I'd be like not even concerned with the values until it was pointed out that they're kind of crazy in some way, you know, and then I'd be like, oh, I should check. Like I'm just very aware now of being like what my value scale is and where I'm using my brightest values, and like not using not mixing down colors with black, and not just using white if I don't have to. You know, all of those things are kind of just more intuitive at this point. That's because I paint on black and white first and then add color, but when I try to paint in color, it's so difficult because when I check the values, it's all messed up. Yeah, I honestly think that if you paint in black and white and then add color on top, you're doing things on hard mode. And the reason that you'll find your values are messed up is because you would have to have such an amazing understanding of color to be able to paint in black and white, and the values you choose make sense as the color that they actually are. You would have to have like some god level understanding of color to do that. When we paint things in black and white, we are only concerned with values, right? And we can use value to separate things out, merge things together, etc. When you have color, you can do that by just changing color or just changing temperature. You don't need to change a value to differentiate stuff. So if I turn this black and white, for example, you know, there are areas like here, for example, teacher time, lock in. There are areas, for example, where like the value of the key and the value of the sky are very close together. Okay, these two values, they're really quite close. And in some places, like this part of the key almost melts through to this part of the sky, and so on. Okay, so there's like some lost edges there. You see here, this edge, they completely melt together. Right, and there are transitions in the clouds here, which, like, you know, just the same value near enough across them. So if I'm just painting this in black and white, you know, what I might have done in that black and white sketch is have this darker, right? Because I want to separate it from the background. Same here, you know, I might do this. Have this shape darker and maybe this shape's lighter, because I'm trying to separate things out from each other. Okay, well, and I'm doing this in black and white. Now the thing is, when it's in color, these things are separated by color change. The value difference doesn't matter because they're changing colors, they're changing temperatures. And if you're transitioning from black and white to color, you would have to understand this about the color that you were eventually going to use, so that you weren't artificially separating things out in black and white. So, like I said, you would have to have an insane knowledge of color to be able to paint in black and white and then do the colored version on top, and those two images look exactly the same in black and white at the end. Like, I don't think there's anyone that can do that. It's super difficult. And that's why I think that learning in black and white is good for understanding form and, like, in a way, trying to depict lighting without having to think about color. And then obviously color is a separate subject in and of itself. But I don't think personally that transitioning from a black and white value painting to a color painting is the best way of doing it. Personally, I think you should work in black and white and work out your lighting in black and white. But when you go to color, you fully transition everything over to color from the beginning, so that there isn't any, I'm going to paint over this and keep the values. It's like, no, I'm going from flat black and white with lighting applied to color. So, for example, I'll show you on here. Okay. Let me duplicate all of this because we'll need it. Duplicate layers, new. Okay. And we'll go like layer by layer in here. Okay, so this is the image, right, completely in black and white, and this is it in color. Now, if I was painting this in black and white, okay, what I would probably have done here with the values is make the sky, the background, a lot more contrasty. Okay, hang on. Like this. Just as an example. Because in its current state, in this state, which is the values that the actual finished colors have, in this state, the key does not pop out of the illustration in the way that I want it to. There are too many lost edges that lose the silhouette of the key for me. So if I was painting this in black and white, I would probably have painted this more like this, where I have a much darker sky and I'm contrasting the key out from it with its values. Okay? Now, if I was to then transition this into color by painting on top of it, what I would start to find is that this value relationship that I've set up is not going to work, and I'm going to run into a position where my values are like really jumpy. Okay, so here I've got like blacks, I've got white, and I've got this high contrast that I'm trying to maintain. But the problem is I can't maintain that contrast because then I'll be picking colors that are like in the wrong part of the value range to make this work. So then I end up in a position where I'm changing everything about it, and the value relationships that I set up are different from what it ends up as in the end, which is this. right? And that's because here, color temperature, warms and cools, does a big thing for separating out the key from the background. Okay, this whole like yellow area in and of itself is just separate from the blues. Okay, and these blues in the background are much more muted and pastely than the blues on the key, right? These are much more saturated. So these things help to pull the key out from the sky, which I would have done like this in the black and white. So would I have painted the black and white like this? No, I wouldn't have done. Do you see what the problem is here? You make different decisions in black and white than you do in color because of what's available to you to make those decisions, right? So you would have, like I said, you would have to have God level understanding of color to paint in black and white, transition it into color, and those values be perfect. And for you to have something that looked like this in black and white and then this in color. You'd have to have some crazy level understanding of that. So what I suggest is when you're doing things in black and white, that you do them in layers. Okay? So I'll just use the key as an example here. Okay? Let's just get rid of this. So I've got the key, okay, and I have its flats, okay, just the local colors of the key, the local values of the key, right? And I keep these on separate layers. These are just all black and white, okay, and then I've got my shadow. That's on a separate layer. I've got my sort of, reflection shadows in here. I've got this light source and I've got this light source. And they're all on separate layers. And why do I do this? I do this when I do thumbnails, right? When I do black and white thumbnails. But why? I do this so that when I transition into color, I can change all of these layers into color instantly. And I can then start to work out their value relationships to each other from the beginning, instead of inheriting the values from the black and white. So what I do on here, for example, let's turn all these layers off. I've got the key, okay. Let's say this darker metal part of the key. I'm going to go for like a sort of a dark bluey gray, let's say. Oop. Go a bit darker than that. So I do this with that. Then this top part of the key, I'm like, okay, I know this part is the yellow part. So let's go and pick a yellow for that. Okay, and then I know that this part is kind of like a more ultramarine kind of blue. Something like this. Then I've got my shadow color. I'm like, okay, it's at nighttime. It's in shadow. At the moment, this is gray, but what I want to do is have this be, let's say it's a blue of some description. Something like this. Just as an example. Let's say this light source, is the moon. We know that this is going to be something like this. I'm just doing this very roughly, right, as an example. But you start to see what I'm doing here. Lock this light from the bottom. What do we want? We wanted something like bluey purple. Okay, so now I've taken the layers that were in black and white and I've actually change the layers themselves into color with the relationships that I want. And this way, if I then start to colorize like the background as an example, I can start to sort of balance all of these things out and find the value range from the very beginning that works in color, as opposed to inheriting all of the values and trying to paint over it, which is always going to end badly. It always needs a lot of overpainting. Like you can do it, and I have a process for doing it, but it really doesn't give the best results. Everything ends up looking a little bit muddy. You have to do a lot of overpainting to figure it out. You have a lot of problems when it comes to, color temperatures, shadow colors versus light colors, all of that. It can get very muddy, get very mushy very quickly. Everything ends up very like soft and sort of weird looking. Yeah, so just gotta go. If you're gonna work in color, set it up that you can work directly. Set it up that you can work in color from the beginning by doing your black and whites that way. And that also means if you are going to paint in black and white, if you're going to paint in black and white and do, just you're sketching, right? And you like, okay, well, I don't really know what I'm going to paint. I'm just going to like paint around. I'm in black and white. And then you find something that you like. That's the time to then get it ready so that you can put it straight into color. What I mean is, if I'll just use this background because it's already a value. Okay. Well, I like so much to start painting with color in the beginning, but people always tell me if the values are right, the color part can't go wrong. Yeah. That's terrible advice. It's not. If the values are right and you have access to them, then when you go into color, you can use those, you can use those layers to start off. But if you just have like a flat painting that's in black and white and the values work, that doesn't mean that the color's going to work. Because all of those relationships are going to be off. So let's say I'm just sketching, right? And and I'm not caring too much about, my layers, because I'm just like, I'm just sitting down, sketching something. It doesn't matter what it is at this point, but I'm just doing a session, right, where I'm just sat down, I'm sketching, I'm not really sure what I'm going to paint, anything like that, and I'm drawing some shapes down, and as I'm doing this, I'm starting to be like, ooh, okay, yeah, maybe, I'm getting into it, okay, so I start putting a bit of value down over this rough like line work, and I'm still getting into it. I'm like, yeah, I'm putting marks down. Everyone's doing this, right? You just sort of sandboxing, okay, and then without making new layers or anything, I'm like, ooh, okay, yeah, let's get a bit of, Get a bit of rim light on there. Pick out some shapes. Okay, like we all do this when we're sketching. We just get taken away with something that we're sketching, and then we're like, oh, I could add this and add this. And you don't really think about anything to do with this being in color. You don't even intend to finish the painting, right? You sat there. But eventually you get something when you're in this kind of sketching like flow state that you like, you know, and you're painting over it for a while, and you know, you start to see something in it that makes you think, oh, I'd like to finish this up actually. Like I want to take this forward and into color, and this will be a cool image, and you just get kind of swept up in it, right? We've all done this. So I'm just trying to get something like done enough to make the example make sense. Okay, so we're doing this. We're doing the thing that we do, you know, where we sit down, we got inspired by something, we started sketching, and then we get like a bit taken away with it. Before you know it, you know, we haven't made any layers, and we just been like painting on top of everything, blah blah blah. You know, for all intents and purposes, it's been going well. All right. So we're at this point, and we're like, oh, I love my sketch. I want to finish this. I want to like take this further. So then we start. This is where we, you know, open up like overlay, and we just start putting in, you know, skin color stuff, and we continue on in this vein where we just like adding to it and adding to it and adding to it. Okay. Instead of doing this part, once we know this is what I want to do, this is where I would set this up to go into color, or at least do it in black and white but with separated layers. So I don't need to take this and make like a really clean line drawing of it. That's not the point. But I could set this up in a way that would let me continue in a non-destructive manner that would be easy to transition into color. So for example, I might, and I'll do this with the lasso, but I would usually do this with the pen tool. I would take the shape of this, okay, on a new layer, and make, you know, make a flat shape for my lady. I'm going to turn that off, and then and these don't have to be with the lasso. Like, you can paint these shapes if you want to keep them kind of organic, right? Okay, so now I've got the hair shape, and I might do another shape for, let's say, this collar on the outfit here. Okay, and I've got, I'll just pick another gray, this one. Okay. And yeah, maybe I have like this kind of like eye mask shape, this shadow, whatever. You pick what you want from the drawing. It doesn't ultimately matter. It's just you're giving yourself some structure. Okay. So now what I have is a flat shaped version of my sketch. And if I take that sketch, up here, I can clip it into this structure as a reference. So I've got the thing on top. But what I can also do is I can cut this up now using these shapes. So cut this up. That's the hair. And then what do I want? I want the... Do you see what I mean? So now I've got like the hair on a separate layer that I can select. I've got the skin on a separate layer. All of that stuff. And this now enables me to... I've got my drawing as reference, but I can set this up again in a neater way to then work on. So if I can continue this in black and white now, but for example, I'll make a new layer here. I'm going to make this my lighting. So this is a layer on top, and I, add my nice rim light to this, blah, blah, blah. However we had it before, etc., etc. So now, if I want to go into color, okay, instead of painting over this, trying to transition all of the values, I can turn these into color right away. So it's just going to have blue hair. Yeah, skin, blah, blah. The top, yeah, like this. The light, let's make the light, just for the argument's sake, red. You can see what's going on here. And what I can do now is, I can add like a multiply layer on this for a shadow, for example. But now I've got control of everything. I've wrangled it. I can change this lighting color. I can make this brighter, more saturated. I can make it a different color, I can decide, oh, actually, the shadow color, I want to be warmer, like this. I want it to be a bit lighter. And then I want, the hair color to be a bit less saturated, and so on. And I want her top to have a bit more contrast with the hair. So I do something like this. Now I've got the same thing, but I have control over what all of those colors and values are from the beginning. And I still have like this version of it on top that I can kind of use as a guide for my painting. And I can keep like turning this stuff on and off to get back to what I had. But I can now paint on top of this, or I can paint within the layers themselves, and I have total control over what they were. But I start in black and white. I just start like we all do when we're sketching, where we're not really thinking about turning it into a finished painting or anything, and still start like this, and go forward from there. And that's how I do things, really. Like, if I'm sketching out a thumbnail, for an illustration, I will start in this manner. Like, I will make a lot of where's my thing? I will make a lot of rough sketches. I won't care too much about the organization of the layers, because I want to be kind of free in this state to explore things and make marks. I'm not worried about, you know, making the right layers or anything. You want to stay free in those parts of the process that, you know, are meant to be sort of loose and you figuring out the ideas, right? And I might get carried away with that as well and add like a bit of lighting because I need to see it, you know, or I might, you know, something I often do is I'll draw a bit of a sketch of a pose, but then I will quickly fill it in, you know, like this, to sort of see it. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I start like altering the pose, you know, I add things to it. Maybe their hands are up. There's the hair flowing, this and the other. You know, I get to this point and then I'll be like, okay, that's cool. Think about the light direction. I'll have that bit of that on there. Just going to get hit with the light on the face. I maybe want it across the chest. You know, this is the more important part for me. Blah, blah, blah. Separate this out. Whatever it is. You know. And this way I can be like very free. Once I've worked out what that thing is going to be at this point, you know, the composition, I'll do what I've just done. Like I will sort of go around and make flat shapes for all of these things, or maybe even do a drawing over it and then make flat shapes. But in that way I have like total control of the composition. So for example, let me last thing. Let me open up something I can show you. And I've shown these before. So these are set up in that same way. Okay. So as you can see here, there is a rough drawing, but underneath that rough drawing, teacher red pen, underneath that rough drawing, there are these flat shapes for major parts of the outfit. And that, you know, the drawing is not complete or anything like that. That I would redraw these at a later stage, but as you can see, everything in here has a flat shape and the lighting is separate and everything. And these are all the thumbnails. But that means that if they choose this one, which is the one they chose, using these flat shapes, I just fill them with color. So where's the color versions of these? I just fill those flat shapes with color, and then I can do multiple color versions very quickly, and I don't have to use, there we go. So I don't, and you can see these flat shapes here. And that way I can do these different versions using those same flat shapes. And it doesn't get muddied up by the fact that it was black and white, because the black and white is set up in that way. Do you see what I mean? So, you know, after this stage, from here, then it's time to like, okay, let's say this is the color they like. Then it's time to go in and like draw things out that needed like drawing out better, and making cleaner shapes for everything. But I can still use all of these layers like as the rough layers in the beginning. And that way, you know, the rendering, you've decided everything here. And the better you get at drawing, the better this stage will represent the final stage. So you can see here, in terms of the composition and everything is near enough the same here. There's like a little bit of change to like hand position and stuff as we move forward, but like it's barely. And yeah, as you get better at drawing, you know, you try and do things in a way where it's like, okay, I try and get everything how I want it here, roughly, but so that as I move forward, look, there's not dramatic changes happening throughout the process. It's like, it's near enough. What you're going to get here is what you get going through. At least I try and do that with client work. That's the idea there. So, you know, I guess that's that. Story time over. I'll try this method. Yeah, no problem. If you want to have a much more in-depth explanation of that, then I think streams 21, 22, and 23 from my stream playlist. Hang on. Grab this for you. Bum-bum. I should really have this as a command. So that playlist there is all the past streams. Streams 21, 22, 23, I think it is. I go through this process in excruciating detail. So thank you. You are welcome. Yeah, it's I'm not saying that's the only way to do things at all. That's a stream 21, Sarah. That's great. I'm not saying it's the only way to do things, but let's put it this way. That is a process that has, over the years, been something that I can rely on to A, get things done in a timely manner, and B, get to a certain level of quality in the finish. And it is a bit more work in the beginning to kind of resolve some things that sometimes people like to leave to like later on in the painting. But if you're like me, I used to find that whenever I got to the end of a painting, sorry, let me just change the music. It's pissing me off now. I used to find whenever I got to the end of a painting, I always wished that I had planned it better in the beginning. And I would always walk away with this feeling of like, oh man, next time I'm going to plan this a bit better. Next time I'm going to plan this a bit better, so on and so forth. Because every painting I would enter a bit chaotically and like start in black and white, maybe move it into color. Sometimes I had line work, sometimes I didn't. And I would get varying results. Like sometimes I'd be lucky and I'd be painting something that I was comfortable with and I would end up with a nice result, you know, and be like, oh, cool, I'm going to do it that way next time. And then it wouldn't work. And other times I would just end up abandoning a painting because I was like, oh, fuck, man. Like I started off really well. I had a lot of energy in the sketch and everything, but I just couldn't transition it into a finished painting because there was this perspective problem, or like these colors didn't work, or I didn't think what the background was going to be, all these kind of things. And so then over years of like trial and error like that, I was just like, I need a process. Like I need to stop approaching every painting like a brand new guessing game of like, what am I not going to understand this time? This like silly game of like, yeah, essentially, I'm just going to start this painting however I want to and wing it, you know? And it was just not producing like good results or consistent results. Like I couldn't tell you from one painting to another how it was going to turn out. I would essentially be unaware of that until I also got to the end, you know? And if you think about that as an illustrator, right? For you yourself not to know if you can actually produce the quality of work that you need, you know, for your client whenever you are entering a new piece of work, that is a really bad place to be in. It makes it very stressful. And you don't have any way of getting yourself out of a pickle. Like you are completely relying on your ability to paint the subject and, you know, some happy accidents. And you just can't really be like that. I mean, you can be like that, but you just be really stressed out. And it would really stress me out because, you know, I would encounter some things where I just have like massive issues in the painting because I'd started it a certain way or I hadn't planned something out that I should have planned out. And therefore I got too late into the image to find out like, oh, damn, that can't be in this orientation and that be in the same orientation or whatever. Do you know what I mean? You've been there. So it was really about having a process. And that's where I was looking back at oil paintings and like oil painters and looking back at, you know, it's very like process driven. You know, you set things up in a certain way. You know, you have sketches, studies, drawings, etc. And you really sort of plan it out. And the process, you know, I start all of these images the same way. Like there is some form of line work. There are flat shapes. There are different layers for the shadows, for the lights. And that way I can ensure A, I know where I am in the process, and B, that I can hit like the quality every time. Because I have a process that I can lean on when the illustration brings its own challenges. Maybe it's a deadline. Maybe it's just the content of the image. Like there's lots of characters. There's, you know, something I've not painted before in there. All of those kind of problems that can turn up in an image. If you have a process that you can rely on that will get you through to a certain stage, you have more time, more brain power to apply to the issues. And you're not worrying about how I'm actually going to get to the end. You know what that process looks like. You just got to figure out the image-specific problems that come up. And every image has its own problem that you've got to solve. But you don't also want to be solving all the other problems that along the way as well. Like the process is a way for you to get to just solving the issues that the current illustration presents to you. There you go. Alex, how did you approach the key perspective of it? So in this particular image, I downloaded a 3D model and just placed it and then sketched over it. It was a very basic model. It didn't have the chain with the Mickey on the end. And it didn't have some of these more like fiddly bits, but it was enough to get the general idea. I just drew over it, put it in the right angle, drew over it. If I was making something here, like let's say there was something that I couldn't find a 3D model of online, but it was quite complicated. For example, it's easier to like look in my portfolio for this kind of thing. So for example, here, I wanted to do this guy with a gun. There's a lot about this gun that's very easy to draw, but the Picatinny rail, which is this rail here on the top, pain in the bum, literal pain in the ass if you're trying to draw this out. So I made that Picatinny rail in 3D and just put that in here. I also made like the overall shape of the gun, so not the wings on the back, not any of the holes cut in it, but that sort of chamfered edged rectangle. I made that in 3D as well to place in here. And I also made hang on. I also made the grenade. So yeah, those things, no point wasting. You can see them here in the step by step. That's the 3D model there. So it was a drawing at one point, and then 3D model, and paint over it. You see there. Yeah, and I would do that for anything that is time consuming or difficult to draw correctly. For example, on Doomfist here, these knuckle dusters and these what do you call them? Knuckles here. These parts, just this part and these parts are 3D. Ellipses, awful to draw, very hard to get correct. Pointless wasting time on it. So yeah, I just made one of these shapes, duplicated it, in a row, made this in 3D coat very simply, and yeah, just rendered them out in the right orientation, drew over them, and then painted them, and that way they're going to be correct. I think again here you see, boom. There are some shapes, that are very, they're much easier to paint. You don't need to do that with, but I find that things with weapons, a lot of the time, ellipses, yeah, like for example, this shoulder piece was done in 3D. So was this this edge piece that goes around the horns and around the horn here. That's 3D. And again, I just draw and paint over it. What's 3D on here? Oh yeah, these daggers are 3D. It's a twisting dagger shape that is going to be in like deep perspective. It's just not worth my time to like draw that out from the start. It won't look any better. Let's see. Yeah, these stars, these were 3D. Yeah, I drew them for the thumbnail, but I made them in 3D for this. Yeah, there's little elements in a lot of stuff that is 3D, and it's just helpful to know it and to be able to employ it where you need. Yeah. So with the Keyblade, it was 3D model, draw over it. Job's a good one. I also did that with the Fox Lady with the wings I showed you, started everything in black and white, but added color was so difficult. Yeah, exactly. It's very difficult. I would not advise working that way. If you are going to work that way though, like you've drawn something and you've been working on it in black and white for ages and you're really quite like happy with the way that it looks to a certain extent, but you want to transition it into color, just be aware that you probably got to paint over most of it by the end. Like you just got to use it as a starting point to paint with, but yeah, you're gonna be painting over it a lot. Toxicute, hello, welcome. How you doing? Hello, great artist. Hello, Victor. What's going on? Okay, this is getting into my favorite part of this image here, which is going to be painting the clouds and the moon. I love painting like flowing clouds. Oh shit. Yeah, I love painting flowing clouds. One of my favorite things to do. Ellipses are my kryptonite, using 3D more but practicing on paper to try and get good. Yeah, I mean, don't neglect stuff on paper. Like I said, I use 3D for things when I'm in a time pinch, or when it's just like completely not necessary for me to draw it out. Like at the end of the day, especially with the client work. Okay. If you have an image and you have like various different characters and they've got very specifically designed weapons and, you know, armor pieces and so on, you are not impressing anyone by drawing all of that stuff out by hand and wasting time doing that. If you have the ability to A, make the 3D model to help you, or B, the client has provided you one to work with. Like the design is already done, so you're not adding anything in that sense. All you're doing is wasting time for like your own ego's sake, essentially. for your own way of being like, well, I drew this out. Like no one cares. Especially if you go over the deadline or the quality of the image overall isn't as good as it could be because you spent too long drawing something out that didn't need to be. You've got to look at the time available to you and like be smart about how long things are going to take. And I would much rather have more time in either the planning or the rendering stage than I would at the sort of clean this up so that we can paint it stage. You know, when it comes to just having a line work and moving forward with an image, I'd rather we employed like all tactics available to us to get to the point where we can start rendering and like solving problems, working out colors, all those kind of things, because that stuff always takes longer than you think. And you know, when you have a client involved, there are needs that are not necessarily going to be ones that you'd thought of or like easy to execute. So you need time to be able to work those things out, and you need time to be able to deliver like quality on those changes as well. So, you know, wasting time drawing something out from scratch, it's just a waste of time. I hate 3D modeling, even though I'm a traditional sculptor. I hate Blender, I hate ZBrush, and others. Hate. Right. Okay. That's fine. I mean, you don't have to like them. think it's a very useful tool, and for me especially, definitely helped me to like visualize and see what I'm doing in a lot of instances. And like I would say for the most part, you couldn't really tell 100% where the 3D is in some of my work. You know, it's more of a means to an end. But yeah, of course, if you don't like it, you don't like it. You know, maybe you'll find a love for it when the deadlines are knocking. Or if someone wants you to draw something that is out of your comfort zone. Okay, I'm just going to quickly make a hot drink. Save this. And we'll come back to paint more clouds. Like I said, I do love painting swirling clouds. Now we might like readjust the values on this a bit. I'm not quite happy with the moon yet. I'll grab some reference for that. But yeah, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So yes, moon, the moon. What do we need? We need some reference. Kingdom Hearts moon. Oh shit. Sarah, thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you for all of the gifted subs. That is very, very kind of you. Much appreciated. So thanks. Thank you. And well done to all those lucky viewers. Yeah, so I believe that this was like the cover for the game, right? Kingdom Hearts, at least that's what I remember. And there's the moon. Sharing that sick art knowledge, thanks. Okay, so I'm just going to flatten all this down. I'm going to cut the moon out from the illustration because this is kind of part of the problem with this, is that all of this is flat. Because I just got carried away painting it. So we'll cut it out. But yeah, on the subject of 3D, I think it, at least in my line of work, is becoming like increasingly more of a skill that, whilst isn't being asked for, does make someone's like work and workflow a bit more appealing, you know, as a skill to have, just because it can be, its versatility, and is you know, there's a usefulness to someone that can use 3D, and there are also, you know, the sort of time constraint aspects of things that I think also are also important. The other thing is, like, a lot of the time, because you have a game, right? Duh. You have a game, and they want you to do illustrations of it. So as reference, a lot of the time you get provided like 3D models of the characters in the game, 3D models of their weapons, all that kind of stuff. Sometimes even like an environment, right? And, you know, I want to be able to give those references to my artists for them to do with what they want, and be like, hey, take this ref, you know, light it, angle it, you know, give yourself basically the reference that you need to continue making this image. And yeah, if that person doesn't have the ability to just like open up Blender or any other program and drop those models in and do that, it's then something that I've got to do as an art director to provide to them, or they just don't get that good reference, you know. So it is increasingly more and more like a skill that I would look for in people, is to have like some rudimentary knowledge of how to like set up lights in Blender, or, you know, open a 3D file, move it around, look at it, you know, all that stuff, because it's just so much more important, and necessary. Wait, where did I delete the moon? Guys, I've deleted the moon. Alright, we'll just do a new moon. It doesn't matter. We'll do a new one. Guys, I've deleted the actual moon. Don't panic. Don't panic. I only think it's going to have long-lasting and immediate dramatic consequences for the Earth, but yeah, I think the ocean is now like rushing back across the Earth from high tide somewhere, and we're about to be hit with a biblical wave. Yeah, I've been doing paint overs of my colleagues' 3D models for the concepting a lot lately. Also super helpful for super quickly showing camera angle options in a meeting. Yeah, exactly. Studied the blade and broke the waves. Yeah. Whoops. Have you ever seen the film Melancholia? No? Okay. It's a Lars von Trier film, um with Kirsten Dunst in it, and she is suffering from like crippling depression. And at the same time, there is this planet called Melancholia, which is like basically going to pass by Earth much closer. And it's been like, I can't remember the reason why we didn't know about this planet, but it doesn't really matter because the film's not really about the planet. It's about depression more than anything else. But anyway, there is a scene in the film where the moon, where the planet and the Earth are like on a collision course for each other, and it's pretty good. Yeah, it's as with all Lars von Trier films, it's pretty heavy. It's not as heavy as like Antichrist. That is a hard watch. He doesn't make easy films to watch, Antichrist is an excellent film, but it is very heavy. Trigger warning. All over that. Massive trigger warning for the opening scene where you see the first shot of the film, I think, is William Dafoe's penis. So It's that movie, yeah. Antichrist is a brilliant movie. Like, it is really good, but it's heavy. Okay, now that we've cut this out, we can do this a bit better. See, that's an instance you see where I painted everything, it was flat, okay, and I got kind of carried away with the flat look of it, of the sky as a whole. But I needed to sort out the shape of the moon and, you know, the surrounding clouds and stuff, and I wasn't able to do that because it was all flat and mushed together, so I just cut it out, put it on its own layers, so now I can continue the painting, but it's not all smashed together on the same layer, which stops me from like doing things I want to do with it. You know what I mean? Just got to tidy up sometimes. Stop being such an artist about everything, you know. Is this illustration inspired by Lorcana? Yeah, funny you should say that. This is part of a small portfolio that I'm going to send their way. You know, to be like, do you want me to draw cards for your game? So I've done this one, and this is the next one that we're finishing up, which is this one. And these will be ones that I'm going to send along with the rest of my portfolio to be like, hello, doth one wanteth me to draw these for you? If so, available. Oh, okay, music. Let's get some more music going. How long have we been streaming? 3 hours. All right. And the time is... Hello. Been lurking for a while. A bit later in the stream. Would be awesome if you'd get onto Lorcana. Yeah, it would be great. I would really like it. Not only just like the card art, but any like of the marketing art and stuff like that. I think it'd be really cool. The style, like I said, I think is something that resonates with me. Something I can do. Do you know what I mean? Spent a long time doing like stylized artworks with, you know, line work and materials and all sorts of stuff, and I think it would just be a good match. These 3 clouds have got all a very similar size to them. So what am I doing here? I just noticed that all 3 of those clouds have like basically the same size and shape. So I am mixing it up to have like small, medium, large shape distribution and then just warping it slightly so that it isn't the same kind of shape and curve which it was starting to look like. This is just little things that I'm aware of when I'm painting that my brain will like flick onto every now and again and be like, "Hey, Alex, you've done it here," and then I fix it. But we talk about that a lot in the in a stream we did, talking about flow and composition and shape design. And we did that. I think it was stream 48. I don't know, 49. Not sure. We talked about graffiti and how that relates to composition and all of that. You're working at Riot too. I saw your portfolio and you have amazing illustrations there. I have worked on a couple of things with Riot over the years, but I'm not working with them currently, nor have I worked with them for quite a while. But I have worked with them in the past, yeah. Hey, thanks, Sarah. You the goat? Hey, Mooncake W, what's going on? Welcome. How's it going? Yeah, going good, thank you. Just finishing up some portfolio images to send out later this week. And yeah, just like answering questions and all that. Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, it will be good. I also hope that I can draw for them. Hey, and if you're watching Riot, would still love to do a splash art for League. That would be fun. Yeah, I really wanted to, for this portfolio, draw Ursula. I think Ursula is probably up there in my favorite Disney characters. But I was like, I actually, as much as I want to draw Ursula, and I think I'd do a really good job of it, I wanted to try doing some stuff that was like, not, I think from my portfolio you could probably see that he would be good at drawing Ursula and villains and stuff like that. I think from my portfolio, what's probably not obvious is that I could maybe handle doing, Disney princesses and stuff like that. So, that's why I chose the images that I chose. But yeah, I think Ursula would be good. Maleficent would be great. Anything Alice in Wonderland as well. I think I used to love the Alice in Wonderland movie. It's so good. So just like weird, trippy. Like the pacing of that film is crazy as well. There's always something happening. And as a kid, like watching that, it was so good. It was like 10 movies in one. Yeah, Hades. Hades would be great. Disney does great villains, I've been trying to do some illustrations for my portfolio, but I've been feeling so stuck. I can't finish anything, and I always think that what I'm doing is not enough to get a job. Yeah, fair. I can understand that feeling. I think, that's something that as I've struggled with as well. I even had a few wobbles doing the Sleeping Beauty image in particular, where it's just like trying to figure the style out and like how to sort of do that, and it was really vexing me. I almost gave up on that one, but I just decided, okay, I'm going to spend the rest of the day doing some studies. So did a few like quick studies of some of the other cards, and then just looked at loads of the other cards and like how they handle the style. And I was like, okay, I feel like I've got a pretty good idea of where to go, but I'm going to sleep on it, let all that information like get into my head, and then tomorrow I'm going to come back and like re-execute the image. And I basically took the composition that I had made, that was all kind of a bit rough and experimental, and I just took that, flattened it all down, and drew over it with reference. This is the character, this is going to be a pillow, this is going to be this. I drew the entire image out and then just worked up from the beginning in my usual process the image. And everything that I'd looked at when I was doing the studies had a chance to get into my head overnight. And then I basically like executed this in about half a day, based on all the planning that I'd done the day before. And I think it's the moral there is just to listen, obviously, to your doubts, right? Your doubts are there for a reason. There are truths in the doubts, okay? Maybe you're trying to do something that is above your skill level. Maybe you are tackling a subject matter which you are very unfamiliar with, and you're seeing the beginnings of it not working out in the work that you want to do. Those doubts are real. You should listen to those, right? And the outcome of that might be that, yes, you need to do some more studies, or that you're tackling something that is a bit too hard for you right now, or whatever. So there are reasons that you are doubting things, and you should listen to those if you can. But there is other doubts that you have which are just like unfounded, anxieties about stuff that you know how to do, or you haven't executed something as quickly as you wanted to, or you thought you could, and that then gives you some cause for concern, and then you give up too early on something like that. You got to fight those thoughts back, but you got to give them space. So like yesterday, I was like, okay, I just need to study the style a bit more. That's what I'm having trouble with. I'm just trying to do this in my own way and not really looking at what makes, the sort of Lorcaner style its style. And so I spent some time looking at that, but then instead of diving straight back in, I was like, I'm going to give it one more. I'm going to give it the night. I'm just going to let all of that sink in. I'm going to let it play it over in my mind in the background, and I'm going to come at it tomorrow fresh. And that gave me the sort of space to get away from it. It gave me, I could spend the rest of the afternoon doing what I wanted. But that really helped when it came back to doing the piece and like the motivation, because I was like, I feel like I'm ready and prepared now. And that was just listening to, what my body and mind were telling me at the time, So you got to respond to that stuff. You just got to do it in a considered and like thoughtful way, and you have to listen to yourself, and be honest. So, you might come back to the conclusion that, yeah, you're not ready to be putting work out there and get a job. You need to know more things. You're struggling too much with each illustration, on things that you should know. Like, you don't have to have the best perspective in the world. You don't have to have the best anatomy. You don't need to be able to like draw everything out like a master. You really don't need all of those skills to be at 100%, right? You need to have a decent level of knowledge in all of those things, that it's not going to cause you major issues when doing an illustration. If you are honest with yourself about your skills, you'll probably find that there are some of those areas that still cause you too much trouble every time you approach them in the illustrations that you're doing. And that should tell you the things that you still need to learn and understand before it's worth spending time making a portfolio, or portfolio images. Instead, you should do some focused studies on those things that you don't understand. Now, you can do that as you're making illustrations, and I think it is a great way of doing it. But I think fundamentally, you have to just be really honest with yourself. Get the work that you want. So, search up the artist's work that you like, that you really, would love to make work like, and put your stuff next to it. And honestly ask yourself, are you there? Do you have what this artist has in their illustrations? Can you achieve the same level of render Can you draw in is it in perspective, etc., etc. Be really honest with yourself, and then you will find out what you still need to know, and then you can specifically target those things. It's much better to do that and have a clear understanding of where you're going to go than like deluding yourself into thinking that you can somehow get a job in the industry with less skills. It is a tough one to swallow for sure, but 9 times out of 10, that kind of dip in motivation when it comes to like making stuff for your portfolio is the background realization that you're actually not ready for it. You're not there, and you're not as like good as you had maybe thought you were. And this isn't a diss or anything like that. It's just being real about where you're at. And if you can be real with yourself about that stuff, you are on the path to fixing it and sorting it out. If you can't be real with yourself about that, then you're gonna, have another trip around the sun with that delusion still at play. It is a tough pill to swallow. It really is. But it's the only realization you're going to have that's ever going to help you improve. And it doesn't have to be a doom and gloom thing. Like, it's an exciting thing to finally know what it is that you need to do to get to where you want to be. That is an enlightening place to be at, where you know exactly what you don't know in order to achieve the goals that you have. That is a great place to be in. That is a place of progress, right? That is a place where you can structure your time and energy in such a way as to achieve the goals that you set out for yourself, What's not nice is being in the sort of miasma of self-delusion where you think that you have what it takes and you don't, and you struggle every day trying to push yourself in this direction that you believe you're already headed in. So I don't know, take that as you will. It's a bit too deep maybe, I don't know, you tell me. But I've been there. I've really been there with this stuff, and I still have this, level of delusion sometimes about the things that I'm able to do, and then I have to remind myself to, take my work, put it up next to the things that I, think I can do already, and just be really honest. Am I there? And if not, what do I still need to do to get there? It's never failed me as a kind of a process to do that. It's only ever given me good information about what I still need to do. It's just, this stuff is hard. You need to know an awful lot about lots of different subjects. You don't need to be a master of them all at all. You are going to naturally master some of the ones that interest you more than others. And, you're going to have gaps in your knowledge or stuff that you're not as comfortable with. That's fine. Everyone does. And over time, you will fill those gaps, and you'll find interest in, fixing them and this, that, and the other. But you do need a certain competency in a whole number of skills. And you need to be honest with yourself about whether you have that or not. I think I'm lacking a lot of things and I take a lot of time doing something. Well, that's interesting. You know, I often get asked the question, like, how do I get quicker at doing illustrations? How quick do I need to be to, you know, get the kind of clients that you have and this, that, and the other? How, you know, basically everyone's very concerned with being quick. You will be quick enough to do the things that you need to do when you are good enough to do them. Okay? You won't be too slow when you understand everything you need to do in the given, you know, in the given piece of work. The slowness comes from uncertainty. Okay? And uncertainty comes from like a lack of skill in a chosen area. So if you're finding yourself, everything you do is too slow, it takes forever to do, it's because you don't have the skills to execute it comfortably. So everything takes longer than it should. You struggle with it. You find new things that you struggle with in each illustration, etc. It is, in all sense of the word, a skill issue. And I don't mean that horribly at all. If you listen to what I'm saying, you know. So you will be fast enough when your skills are such that you can execute the job you need to do. Okay? You will be fast enough. I've never worked with someone that has the skills that I require of them in an illustration who is too slow. Okay? There are people that are slower than others. You know, people work at different paces. But I've never worked with someone that has the skills that is too slow. So let that sink in. I might have missed the beginning of this point, but how does someone self-reflect in order to understand what it is they are lacking instead of the fact that they are lacking something? Someone self-reflect in order to understand what it is they are lacking instead of the fact. Yeah, you did miss the start, but I'll go over it. You need to compare your work, literally side by side, to the work of the people that hold the positions that you want. So let's say for me, for example, I take a piece of League of Legends splash art and I put it next to one of my own splash art creations. I put those two next to each other and I analyze them both and I find out what I do and don't understand in my own work. So I'm very critical with it. I'm like, okay, the composition on their one is better. There's this understanding. There's this understanding. I have good texture work. That's fine. I have a good understanding of this. That's good. You know, I literally compare these things side by side and just ask myself the question, like, what can I not do in this illustration? Like, if I'm looking at a piece of Riot splash art, pardon me, I'm like, what bits of this, if I'm really honest with myself, and that's the hard bit, is being honest with yourself, what bits of these can't I execute? Like, what couldn't I do? What feasibly would cause me a lot of issues to do? And I compare it, you know, next to my own work to do this. The hard bit, which you can't like teach or anything like that, is just being honest with yourself. You could put those two things next to each other and be like, yeah, they're the same thing. Like, you're deluding yourself at that point, you know? Or you have achieved it. One or the other. There's not in the middle. Jewel, love this chat. It was surprising how much space that I need to be job ready occupied my mind. But the moment I'd accepted I'm not there and I don't need to be there, it truly makes drawing and growing more effective and fun. Yeah, honestly, you're totally right there. You are freeing yourself up to being able to help yourself and enjoy the process again when you are honest with yourself about not being there yet. And there's nothing wrong with not being there yet. Nothing wrong with that at all. It is a journey, a long journey to becoming, what you want to be in life. It is a lifelong journey to get there. There's nothing wrong with being on that journey at any point. Okay? But if you are not being honest with yourself about where you are at in that journey, you're going to cause yourself a lot of stress. Because you are going to be fighting. You're going to be fighting this narrative that you've got in your head that you're ready everywhere. And it's not a nice place to be. Yeah, I'm sure I am still not ready. I want to achieve the league style mostly, but I also want to learn more styles like Lorcana, Hearthstone, etc. And I know I still have some problems with fundamentals, especially. But if I can't finish something because I know there's a lot of things I'm still missing how I can improve. Hang on, I need to reread this so that I understand. But if I can't finish something because I know there's a lot of things I'm still missing, how can I improve? Okay. I understand the need to create work, okay, to create images instead of just doing studies. I totally understand that. And I am also on board with this, right? As a creative, you can't just sort of sit there and do study, and have no other output in your work, right? You need at some point to make a piece of work again as kind of like a benchmarking, exercise. You need to just be like, okay, I've done some study. Where am I currently at? What have I learned? A benchmark. What do I still need to do, etc. And also, I need to have a little break from just doing hard study all the time, and just make something. I just want to do something. Okay, this is a good point to see where you've come, how the studies are working out, to benchmark, but also give yourself a little bit of a break from the studies. Right. What you can then do though is when you come across a difficulty in that image that you want to make, instead of abandoning it or just going around in circles, instead do a targeted study on the thing that you don't understand in the current thing that you're making. Okay? So, for example, let's say I was struggling with these clouds in this illustration, right? I was like, oh, I can't get the shapes to work out. This, that, and the other. What I'm then going to do is I'm going to take an hour, I'm going to grab a photo of some clouds, I'm going to sit there with them, and I'm going to do a study of them, and I'm going to try and understand something about the clouds. I'm going to do an observational painting, and I will through the process of doing that be like, oh, okay, I noticed this thing. I'm soft edges, hard edges, whatever it is. I then do that study for a bit, and then I go back to my illustration and I execute what I've just learned in that study in that illustration. Okay, I go back and I execute it in there. So what I've done is I've resolved the need to do a piece of work and have a break from the study. I've also been honest with myself about something that I was struggling with in that piece of work, and then I do a targeted study of that thing to help me understand what it is I didn't understand, and then I go back to my illustration and I fix it. That is a very, very effective way of learning stuff. Okay, you You are being targeted with your approach. You're being honest about what you don't know, and then you're putting steps in place to fix that. Okay, those are the kinds of steps that are going to produce like a willingness to want to do this stuff, but also like longevity in your process. Okay, because it's not like trudging up a hill. It's like I do studies, I can then do an image that I like. When I struggle with that, I'm going to then do a targeted study of that thing. You know, there is a rhythm and a process to this, and you can just keep going like that. You can just, you know, keep that momentum going. You just flip between studies directly, making pieces that you want or something that inspires you, fixing the problems with that, and then going back to like hard study on a subject that then currently interests you. So, you know, that might be perspective, or it might be color, or whatever. And there's longevity there. And yeah, I mean, there's not really much else I can say about that. It is what it is. W free advice. Yeah. Welcome. We do joke here that it's free therapy on the stream, on the show. And I don't think it's entirely wrong. It's also good for me to hear this stuff as well, because I get in these ruts as well, you know. And it's important for me to understand these things as well, because I tell people this stuff, you know, but as always, it's hard to like hear your own advice sometimes. And as you know, it's good for me to like relive these moments that I've also had and currently still have, and it helps me understand how I can get out of it too, or how I have got out of it in the past, and that I'm not thinking clearly, or, you know, whatever currently. Lieutenant Danny's back. Yeah, Danny, we're here. We out here. What was I doing? I was meant to make a new layer. A new layer? Thank you very much for your words. No problem. Listen, I think that the thing to say is, don't give up, okay? It is very difficult. It is really difficult of a process, okay? And it can be very overwhelming at times, right? It can feel very isolating. It can feel like there's no progress being made, and you know, it can spiral into negativity quite quickly. You have to remember, or at least if you didn't, you know, you have to know that it is a marathon, okay, not a sprint. And you need to look after your mind and body throughout this process of, you know, getting where you want to be with illustration or whatever, because it is a lifelong pursuit of getting there. And you need to have a process and a structure in mind, so that when the times are hard, you can fall back on that stuff and just remind yourself that you're on a journey, and that you're not at the end of it, and that you won't ever be at the end of it, okay? You will just keep moving the goalposts on yourself. Once you achieve one bit, you then move the goalposts and start working on the next bit, okay? That has happened throughout my life, you know? So don't set yourself up for a really traumatic and emotional time. Okay? Be structured in your criticism of yourself. Okay? And look for ways to alleviate that. You know? Like as I outlined before, that whole process of being honest with yourself, actually doing studies, doing targeted studies when you're making pieces of work, all of that is going to save your mental health and enable you to keep going. You know, there was a time when I was studying at the atelier, so I was doing traditional stuff, where I thought about giving up drawing and painting and everything altogether, because I had gone to the atelier to sort of learn how to draw and paint, and in the process kind of neglected digital painting and everything. And yeah, I was now at a point where I could draw quite well and I could paint quite well in oils, but I still had like no portfolio or anything, no work put together in like digital work. I had nothing because I had neglected it for a few years while I was learning, and I just hadn't kept up with it. And I was like, do you know what? This is an awful place to be in. I was like, I've got the skills in one area and I have none of the skills in the other. And it was really like heart-wrenching for a while, because I felt like I'd failed on the mission. I'd gone too hard in one direction and neglected the other, and it just felt like a massive uphill battle to like jump back onto Photoshop and learn Photoshop again and start making digital paintings and all of this kind of stuff, you know. It really felt like a struggle. And that was a dark place to be in, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone. But what wasn't working at the time is that I was being really horrible to myself about that. You know, instead of just being like, do you know what? We start tomorrow. We get on Photoshop. We're just going to start scribbling around again. We're going to relearn the program. We're going to, you know, figure out digital painting again, blah, blah, blah. I was just being very like, woe is me kind of thing. You know, very doom and gloom about it. And it took me ages to eventually shake all that off and just start doing it. I kind of wallowed in the situation for ages. And yeah, I didn't like do anything about it for a good like 8 or 9 months, you know. I just was working my bar job that I had at the time, and I wasn't drawing or anything. I was just like hanging out and spending all my free time like doing anything but drawing. And yeah, I was still at the atelier, but I wasn't like drawing in my sketchbook. I wasn't on Photoshop or anything like that. I just kind of was doing the bare minimum atelier work, you know. I was just keeping going with that. And it was shit. And I very almost gave up. And it's all because I was just being horrible to myself in my mind. I was just punishing myself, right? Instead of just doing it. And I was like, do you know what? I love doing this. It's all I can do. And I have the rest of my life to try and figure it out. So it doesn't matter that I've got to start again on Photoshop and like relearn all this stuff, because I'm going to be doing this stuff for the rest of my life. Like, It's the only thing I love. It's the only thing I'll get out of bed for in the morning. You know, it. I I love having an imagination. I love being able to get that out. I like making pictures. I like learning about it. You know, and it was just sort of something where I was like, you are racing to a destination that you have no idea about. You know, you're racing there. You want to be there so badly. It's like you gotta enjoy the journey getting there. Like you are racing to the end and punishing yourself for not being there already. And it's like the most enjoyable part of all of that is going to be getting there. Like every day is the journey. So what, do you want to enjoy one day at the end, or you want to enjoy like every single day on the way there? You know, you gotta learn to love the process, and that comes with the ups and the downs. But you just gotta remember to be nice to yourself about it, and realize how far you've already come. You know, there was a point in your life when you couldn't draw anything. There was a point in your life where you didn't know. You couldn't even keep your mouth closed, right? You were just dribbling all the time. Think about that. Okay? You used to shit yourself. So, you've come a long way. And you will go a lot further too, you know? You're just at a different point in that journey. But you're much closer to the end than you are the beginning. So glad you didn't stop. Yeah, well, a big reason for not stopping as well is like I literally had nothing else I could do. I'd spent my adult life until that point trying to search for the goal of being an artist, right? Do you know what someone said to me as well? Is that you already are the artist, right? You already do it. You wake up every day, you draw, you sit there and you imagine things, you know, you have a sketchbook. You love going out and looking at paintings, like you draw in cafes, you're at an art school, you know? He's like, what other evidence do you need that you are already the artist you want to be? You know, you are literally living it already. Okay, you are just at an early stage in your career as the artist, right? But you are already the artist. You are living it, embodying it, being it, right? So if you think about it in that way, you have and already are achieving what you want. Yeah? You are just at an earlier stage in the career of that thing, but you are doing it already. You are the thing. So in that sense, yeah, you have achieved. You are just now, you're overachieving. Right? I don't mean that in like a participation medal kind of way, but like, think about it. Are you not trying to be an artist every day of your life? You know, you're thinking about it, you're doing it, you're talking to other people about it, you're watching a guy stream doing it and talking to them about. Do you see what I mean? You are doing it. You are every day. You are doing it. You are already there. So just be kind to yourself about where you are in the process, right? You're just early in the career. You're just at the beginning. Okay? I didn't get my first job as a junior in games until I was like 25, 26. Now, if you'd have told me that when I left uni, when I was like 21, that it was going to be another like 5 or 6 years before I got the job that I wanted when I left uni, I'd have been like, what are you talking about? Like, what am I doing for the next 5 or 6 years if that's the case? You know? I would never have believed you. And I was like, that's how long it took for me to get there with the like skills wise, but also to get there mentally and for, you know, everything that it takes to get there. So, you know, it is a lifelong pursuit, and the goalposts move and circumstances change, but, you know, overall it is a journey, and the journey is the best bit. I tell you that. You used to shit yourself, you've come a long way. Exactly. That's the title of my new book. You love art, you love learning, it's a passion, I don't want to give it up. Exactly. And that's kind of how I felt. And at times when it was difficult, you know, I remember talking to my parents, right, before I went to art school. So after uni, but pre-art school, you know, I'm talking to my parents, and, you know, bless them, they didn't understand what digital art was in any way, like what concept art was or anything. They were looking to me to be like, what do you want to do? And like, tell us what it is, and like, we'll try and help you. But I don't know the path, right? They're relying on me to tell them that. And I'm like, guys, I can't draw. Like, and they're like, but you've just been at uni for 3 years doing product design and technical drawing. Like, what do you mean you can't draw? And I'm like, I can't draw. Like, I literally can't draw a person. I can't draw these objects in front of me. Like, I have no skills, no observational drawing skills of any means to be able to like depict the things that are in front of me. And I was like, and that's what I need to learn as a basis for like getting into concept art. I was like, if I want to be a concept artist, I need to at the very least know how to draw, and I don't know how to do that yet. You know, so they were like, so what do you need to do? I was like, I need to go somewhere to learn to draw. And so I did some research, found out about like atelier schools. And at first I was looking at Florence Academy, but that was like going to be not something that I could afford. And relocating to Florence was not going to be an option or anything like that. But did manage to find something of similar caliber in London. And that sort of started the journey of learning to draw, and all of that was going there. But, you know, they really had to trust me at that point, because, you know, that was just step one. I was like, that's step one, guys. Like, I learned to draw at this place, and then there's other things I need to learn, you know, and hopefully I can learn some of those other things there as well. But, you know, we're you know, you're trusting a 21-year-old right now to tell you about how he's going to get to this career that he also doesn't know how to get to. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, fuck, it's tough being a parent. I can see they have infinite patience with 21-year-old Alex. How long was the art school you went to? So I was there from when I was 21 and I think until about 25, 26. And I was there studying for like a couple of years. But then when I was in my like final year there, then I started teaching there. So I was teaching like the weekend class and the beginner class and stuff when I was in my third-ish year there. So, and it was while I was teaching there that I then started working on my digital stuff again and started getting into my sketchbook. And then, I got my like first junior position when, like I said, when I was like 26, maybe. Let me think. Well, I'm 39 now. 10. Yeah, when I was about 26, is when I left the art school and was no longer teaching there, and started working as a junior in games. This is weird to say, but I studied art at uni, and I told my mum that I need a good portfolio to have work, and she told me your portfolio should have been done a long time ago. It's a pressure. I've been feeling that pressure so much of the people around me that I want to get a job and have my portfolio done. Yeah, I totally understand that pressure, and I understand also like from the parents' point of view, like, what do you mean? What do you mean you don't have a portfolio? And I think I had to have a lot of conversations with my parents to help them understand what I still needed and what I was lacking for them to be able to kind of get what was going on. Because, I was drawing stuff, painting stuff all the time. So in their mind, they're like, yo, we've got a garage full of fucking stuff that you've made. What do you mean you don't have a portfolio? And I'm like, yeah, I don't. I don't. I get that. I just had to like sort of educate them in a way of like, show them digital artwork and show them images, of artists that I wanted to make, and be like, this is what I need. I need to have like 10 images like this of this kind of, or approaching this kind of quality. And I need to have them done, on Photoshop and this, that, and the other. And, in order for me to do that, there are some things that I still need to learn, So I'm going to make a portfolio image. It's not going to be quite as good as I wanted it to, but then it's going to show me like what I still need to know. And then I can go away and I can learn that bit and just keep going like that. And the pressure of that was obviously alleviated at a certain point because I was working. And I don't mean working in games, but I was working at the art school part-time, and I was working in a bar in the evenings. So I could support myself. And I was living in London, so I wasn't living at home at that point. So I was able to support myself, and that alleviated their worries, at least as far as that's concerned. But I can imagine if you're at home, and your parents are like, yo, where's the portfolio? Where's all this? It's hard to deal with, but like I said, I think you've got to like educate the people that are caring for you and around you as to what it is you need, to get where you want. I don't mean like what it is you need for them to do for you necessarily, but like what you still need to do to get to where you want to go. Because I think if you can like educate the people around you, they will trust that you know what you're doing. I think some of the pressure comes from they don't know what you're trying to achieve, and you can't explain it to them, or you haven't explained it to them, and therefore they don't trust that you know how to get there. And so they just don't want you to like spiral and waste time and be in a place, that you can't get out of, or that you are, where you're just stuck basically. So it's kind of like it's on you to like educate the people around you that are asking you these questions about the process and what you still need to learn and do, so that they can understand that you know that you can get there. But if you can't explain that to them, they're not going to trust you, right? And that's where the sort of the pressure and the angst can come in. So you've got to help people to help you. You know what I mean? Right, sorry. Be right back. Yo, I think, do you know what? When AI takes over, I think I'll just become a therapist. I think I found my calling, guys. That's me. I'm out. Sorry, I'm just going to put some like much more chill background music on. Yo, 20, thanks for the follow. All right, let's see. I'm just going to put something that we've already had on because... There we go. Sorry, it's just much easier. I think that doesn't apply to every parent. So at the end of the day, you do you. Sadly, I want to say most parents won't really trust you even with a plan. I would hope I'm wrong. Bottom line, you do you. Of course, yeah, Castonia, I can only really speak from my own experience here. And I'm very, very lucky that my mother and stepdad are just very lovely and understanding people with me. So yeah, of course, that is, not a blanket statement by any means. Hey, Danny, I'm not a dad. So, it hasn't changed me. I'm going to check if my insurance can work with you. Yeah, I feel like probably not, no. Sorry, I'm just eating something quickly so I can stay on stream. Because I need to eat if I'm going on a big bike ride, Hey, Munya. That is a tough situation, honestly. That is a tough situation. And I can only give you the advice that I have that pertains to my life, essentially. I will tell you, though, that I guess the thing that really helped alleviate a lot of pressure and issues was, working a non-art job and just being able to, in the beginning at least, pay my way, and later on, pay my own rent and move out and all that kind of stuff. And I just had to take that as part of the journey. And actually, I advise people more often than not, if they're at this stage as well, to just get a job, get a part-time job doing something that isn't art related, and free yourself up from the pressure of having to use your skills to earn you money in the beginning, but also the financial burden that you may be on, parents, carers, etc. There is a certain sense of like ownership that you can take over your own life when you can do something like that. And then it frees up, your art stuff to become your free time thing, your hobby. And that is a very freeing thing because you're no longer relying on it to get you somewhere. You already have something that's taking care of that, and you can go forward with that. Danny, well, I thought you had a daughter this whole time. No, I don't have a daughter. I'd love to have a daughter. I really would. One day. But no, I don't have a child. The fatherly advice tricked us. Yeah, my bad. I'm not very good at drawing people. So a friend of mine has been pushing me and having me do a lot of basic studies like skeletons and building bodies with basic shapes. It's a bit humbling to have to take a step back, but I feel like I've learned so much recently. It's nice. Hey, thing is, it isn't a step back. It's a step back would be like literally undoing something that you know already. But this is adding to things that you don't know. It feels like a step back because probably you thought you could do it subconsciously. You were like, I can do that to a reasonable level. And then you found out that you can't. So it's kind of humbling. But it's not a step backwards because you're now actually improving what you didn't know by doing it. And so therefore moving forwards, the more you can be honest with yourself and drop the ego about like, oh, I know how to do that already, or my work's already this good. As soon as you drop that, it's much more enlightening and fun to be opening up Photoshop every day and doing stuff. You are just back on the journey to like figuring it out. And you'll surprise yourself at times, and other times you'll run into roadblocks, but it's all moving forward if you're doing it. Yeah, I worked as a teaching assistant while part-time studying. Before that, I worked as a house cleaner part-time. Helped a lot. Yeah, for sure. It really does. It really does. Something I've been doing recently, study-wise. I was asking my colleagues, right, about how essentially there are some things that you get comfortable with in a process, right? Some people are just really good at color. Some people are really good at perspective. Some people are really good at line work, all that kind of stuff. Sorry, let me finish this. You know, so much so that that stuff comes natural to them. It's not really something they think about too much when they're doing it. And it's kind of like a bit of a flow state. So, you know, for me, rendering is one of those things. Once I have things set up, I can just do it. And there are only a few occasions where it's a struggle, you know, where I have to sort of get some reference or do a study or just really lock in and try and concentrate on it. But for the most part, it's something I can just sort of do while I'm talking to you guys, you know. But drawing is not one of those things for me. Drawing has always been something that requires constant practice and requires a lot of mental effort. And especially sitting there and drawing in my sketchbook, just sort of pouring my imagination out. I just scribble all the time. I don't see the picture and then draw it out. I have to sort of scribble and find it, and therefore drawing in my sketchbook is just it's not very like aesthetically pleasing. Okay, I wouldn't say, if you look through my sketchbook, you wouldn't be like, wow, that's really cool. It's not like every page is a really good pencil drawing. It's like there's a lot of scribbles in there. There's a lot of just quite frankly, like thoughts on page. Just a lot of rubbish. But I really want to get to a point where it's like drawing stuff from imagination, and like drawing anything in any angle. It's just like as a flow state as like rendering is. It's just something I want to do. It's like the sort of the next thing that I want to try and like get is this. So I was asking my colleagues, like, what is that stage? What does that stage look like? Like, what do you need to study to be able to be, as I put it, like a pencil beast? How does one become the pencil beast, you know, with drawing? And they had suggested that what I start doing is studies where I have an image, and I'll show you. This is like one of them from a few weeks ago. This is what I've been doing as my warm-ups basically recently. Is I take an image like this base mesh on the left here, and instead of drawing this, what I do is then draw what I've affectionately dubbed a lonely elevator for one. I draw a lonely elevator for one, which is like a box in an angle. And I try and draw this in that angle and basically try and think through the construction of this object or person or whatever it is in this new perspective. And in this way, what I'm like trying to train my brain to understand is like when I look at anything, is to break it down into its basic components, turn it in space, and then like reconstruct it. And it's been a really humbling process to do this. But really, it's quite fun, but you really have to think about it. So I spend 30 minutes on these, and I try and draw as many angles as I can in the 30 minutes. And I started off with even more like basic human base meshes than this, just like normal proportions. And then I sort of graduated up to like different proportions. And then in between, I've been doing ones where I don't have a reference, but I try and recreate what I did the day before, or at least base it on that. So this was like one day's ones. And then this was making it up the next day. So just taking a different character that I had in mind. I was like, this guy with a big belly, whatever, like an ogre kind of thing. But try and recreate it from what I understood in the previous day's study, you know. So that was another one. Lonely elevator for one. And I've been just basically increasing the difficulty of the base mesh that I've been looking at. So in this case, I did Wukong here, so he's got an outfit, he's got a weapon. There's some angles involved, and I'm just trying to like draw these out in their various in various angles, and this is the next one I did. So I've got quite a few of these that I've been doing, but these are just some like notable ones that I posted, where I grab different stuff. And I'm hoping that if I just keep this up, that I can start to get to that point that I was talking about with drawing, where it's like I can sort of conceive of an idea and already start to draw it in perspective, in a way that I want to do it, without all the sort of scribbling that comes with it. So it's been fun. It's very fucking difficult, I tell you that, though. It's quite humbling because I don't consider myself someone that can't draw. But yeah, when you actually have to sit there and just draw this thing, but in a new angle with no other information, apart from what's in the picture, and you just really have to look at like, okay, how are things aligned? Where are things in space? Like, I'm still not convinced that actually these hands are in the right position. This one I feel like needs to be, pointing back in this direction more. But anyway, it's good. I call this study exercise lonely elevator for one or left one, because they always just look like they're in a little elevator that's just big enough for them going nowhere. So there you go. Yo, Dan, what's up? How we doing? So let's take a look at these. So these are, the portfolio images I've been working on for the last few days that we're going to hopefully send to Disney Lorcana, see if they won't give me some work. And we can get rid of this actually. And yeah, we're just finishing up this one. So let's get back to it. Let's do the last little bits on this. We've been on. They look great. Thanks, bruv. Tap. Yeah, hopefully this will suffice. So yeah, the plan is to like send this stuff off like tomorrow. Yeah, I'm just okay. So I'll probably stream for another 20 minutes or so, because that will take us up to 5 hours, and I'm ever so slightly starting to lose my voice now. I've got that like thick throat, so let's come back to streaming hard. But yeah, I'll change the title of this one to therapy. But it was a good chat, guys. It was a good chat. And yeah, obviously every all the stories and stuff, it all pertains to obviously my life and my experiences. I hope that you understand that, if I'm giving you some advice or like telling a story that hopefully helps you, that it's all based on, you know, my life experience, and therefore I don't know that it fits into your life or makes sense in that way. You know, obviously I'm not here giving out life advice. You have to do your own, you know, figuring out and searching and all of that. I can just give you, you know, what I experienced and what worked for me. But obviously you have your own excruciatingly detailed life, as do I. So, you know, what works for one doesn't work for the other. I've got a work meeting I got bounced for, but I'm very happy you're back, Heath. Thanks for the stream. No worries, Lieutenant Danny. Catch you soon and later. Bye. Damn, need to go back for the wisdom. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried with this one that it's like a little bit too like overdone, I guess. I don't know. But I think it still shows, like, I think it still fits. I think it's, pardon me. I think it still works. The temptation to do a fourth just so that there are like 4 tiles in this is very high. I gotta say. But I was planning to try and maybe like send this off tomorrow. Just doesn't leave us an awful lot of time for a number 4. I don't think I need one. I think I'll stick to my original plan. And yeah, like I said, next I want to try and get some new images together to send to Wizards of the Coast. See if we can't finally get a magic card on the scene. Because that's, yeah, like I said, something I've wanted to do for years. Is do a real in-print magic card. So it would be on the bucket list. As wild. Do you know, during COVID, just before COVID, I did get contacted and was asked, like, would you be interested in doing some cards for a set, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, 100% yes. And then COVID started and, you know, obviously got really bad. And I, you know, then had an email back several months later just being like, hey, we're scaling down like production and basically working with artists that we already have on our books. Like, we're not sort of taking on new artists and so on at this stage because of COVID and working from home and all of that. It's just going to be like, you know, too much to onboard new artists and all of that, blah, 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 which is fine, totally fine. And then yeah, I was unable to then work on it. But then I did end up working on the like very stylized like digital version of Magic that got released in Europe under the name Spellslingers, and it was like a mobile version of made by Wizards and Niantic. Made by Wizards and Niantic being the people that make Pokemon Go. And Spellslingers was originally going to be a kind of like hybrid of like Magic the Gathering and Pokemon Go. Like you would go to locations basically to maybe do like card battles, and you could get cards from going to certain locations, a bit like you can catch Pokemon from going to certain locations. And that was kind of the premise of it. And then I think it got sold. I think Niantic sold the game to a different developer, and then that developer was not going to do the sort of Pokemon Go side of it. So it was then just like stylized Magic the Gathering, still licensed, but like stylized. A bit like Hearthstone is like very stylized, right? So then it got released as that in Europe, and it just didn't do so well. Like, it just kind of died. So I worked on that. I did maybe 25, 30 cards for that game. But never in print Magic, you know? Which is a shame. But yeah, this was the Spellslingers. You know, very, you can see, like very like stylized version of Magic the Gathering. Yeah, just very sort of mobile game-esque, and it looks kind of like this, like Hearthstone in a way, the way that it's played. You know, these are like the 3D graphics in it and stuff. But yeah, I did loads of artwork for this. I even did some concept art as well, like concept art for Jace, this character, and some other locations in the game. But yeah, as you can see, it's very like stylized. Would definitely fit, like suit me as a person, you know, as an artist. But yeah, it completely bombed the game. So it kind of never saw the light of day. But I think the sort of Pokemon Go version of it could have been pretty cool, honestly, because it was like, you know, that Pokemon Go, you sort of go to the locations and you can battle the Pokemon and get them. Well, this was like you're going to the location and you see like one of the planeswalkers from Magic, and then, you know, you like battle them, and if you win, then you get some of their cards and so on. And so there was that whole like traveling around aspect to it. But obviously all this has been developed like during COVID, so I don't know if then Niantic were just like, yeah, we ain't developing a game like this anymore because everyone's locked indoors. So then this other studio bought it, and they sort of stripped out the location part of the game, and then it just became like, this is just stylized Magic the Gathering, which I guess just didn't resonate with like Magic the Gathering audience, because A, they've already got Magic the Gathering, which works and is great, and B, they didn't want sort of like Fortnite graphics version of it, I guess. And they already had MTG Arena, which is, you know, just digital Magic the Gathering anyway. So I don't know. Sounds cool. Combine that with the physical things. I like having your deck on a cassette. That would be perfect. Yeah. Yeah, it would be cool. No way on earth, Mr. Grumpy Man, old man who doesn't like anything in modern gaming, is painting a Keyblade from that nonsense Kingdom Hearts IP. I'm gonna faint. Bro, you don't even know the half of it. This is what I've been painting in the last few days. Listen, it's all good. It's all good having opinions until you lose your job, you know. Alex is a Disney adult. Yeah, we're going Disney bounding, guys. Yes, Eternal. How did you start the Aurora one? Did you already have in mind what to do? I'll show you. I've got it here. I was talking with my wife about which Disney princess to do, and she was like, "You should do it, Aurora." And I was like, "Okay, that's kind of cool. I can do like, you know, Eternal Slumber, Aurora in the sort of like weird dream space." Because I was like, it's abstract enough that I can enjoy it, and it's still a Disney princess. But I'll show you how it started. Hang on, let me grab my sketchbook. I don't even know if this sketch is going to make sense on camera because it is very loose. Can you even see that? So like, oh, and this is all backwards. That's her face, body, dress, pillows everywhere. You can't really see, can you? Yeah, floaty. Okay, so that's a really rough idea. So I was thinking about it. I was thinking about it like that. I drew it out in my sketchbook very roughly, and then I went to bed. And when I came in the studio in the morning, I was like, "Oh, okay, I'll take that picture." I also had in mind, I saw this painting in the Rijksmuseum when I was in Amsterdam a few weeks ago, and this postcard was in my sketchbook when we were talking about painting Aurora, and I was like, "Oh, there's something about this painting that I quite like that maybe we could turn into this." So that's how that came about. Enough to make sense of it. Okay, yeah, floaty. Also pretty and floaty. Yeah, so that was with that. And like I was saying near the beginning of the stream, like this isn't too dissimilar from like ideas of stuff that I paint anyway, if you really think about it. Okay. I was briefly going in here and just being like flowy shapes. Okay. Girl, floaty shapes. Girl, floaty shapes. Girl, dreamy, in the water, flowy shapes, etc. You know, it's not so far out of my like Although you might be like, Alex painting Disney princess. That's so weird. When you just think of it as like floaty kind of character, sort of dream-esque, you know, it actually isn't too dissimilar from like anything I've ever painted, really, in that sense. Like this old stuff. 9 years ago, holy shit. You know, we're in a similar realm with any and all of this stuff. You know, so is what it is. The thing with here we go, look. Round clouds. Ooh. The thing with any of with Lorcana as well is like style wise, so not content, but style wise, I think it's quite a good match for me. Like this kind of stylized rendering with bold colors, interesting composition, like, you know, flowy shapes, etc. That's what I love doing. That's what I do, you know. Line work, all of that. It's so even though it's Disney, and you wouldn't necessarily be like, Alex loves Disney. It's the stylistically, I think it's a good match for me, and it's something that I can run with a little bit. Did you find it difficult to match the style of Lorcana since your style is not so Carter? Yeah, I did. I did with not so much with this one, because this is form rendering, right? This is closer in everything to like what I do. What I did find difficult and took me a couple of attempts is like what to do with something when the source material is so two-dimensional, but trying to sort of elevate that a little bit, but still keep that sort of Disney feeling about it. That was difficult, and the first attempt was a bit of a mess, to be honest. And then I had to do some study and go back and have a look at stuff. But like I said, at a certain point, though, the style's just like a set of rules you need to understand, and you can work those out from looking at the images, right? You don't. It's not. If you know how to paint stuff, like I could paint like an ultra realistic Keyblade, right? Or I can paint like a really stylized one. It's still the same idea. It's just a level of detail and like specificity that you'd go into. So approaching a new style is really just about understanding the rules, and you know, and those rules are available. They're out. You can see all the cards. You can see all the artworks. You just have to sort of sit down with them and be like, how are they using the light? How are they using, you know, how are they glossing over details? How are they, you know, you just ask questions as you're looking at it. Try and do a study of a bit of it, and you'll understand like, oh, okay, they're doing this and they're not doing this and blah, blah, blah. And you work that out very quickly. And then you just have to be on top of it when you do the thing itself. But it's not actually the most difficult part of it, I don't think. Yeah, anyway. So I think it's quite a good style match, hence why I wanted to do some of this. And I think it's something that I can do quickly. And yeah, it'd be interesting. Be interesting to do. Feel like the style would fit some sort of Alice or Queen of Hearts idea. Yeah, for real. I did toy with maybe doing Alice in Wonderland style image. I also really wanted to do like Ursula or Maleficent, but I decided to do Sleeping Beauty because I wanted to have something that was like within my comfort zone. something that was very classically like Disney and Lorcana, which is like the princesses, and then obviously like an item card. So just had to vary it up, because this was going to be Mr. Incredible, like Ursula and something else, and I was like, it doesn't really show, you know, that I can do the thing that they do. It just shows that I've picked like the bits that I like, and ignored like the fact that, you know, a lot of cards would be this kind of thing, or this kind of thing, and not just like characters you want to draw. But yeah, I mean, aside from card art, I'd be totally up for doing some of their like marketing artworks and stuff like that. I think they'd be sick to draw, sick to do. Yeah. All right, Chiefs. So it's been 5 hours. We have basically finished all 3 of these. I didn't do them all in 5 hours. I finished them up today. But yeah, they are pretty much there. So I'm going to leave them for now. I'm going to look at them again in the morning, just see if they need any little bits. Then I'm going to sort out sending all of this stuff over to them. And yeah, then I want to make a start on some Magic the Gathering inspired images. So I'm going to have a little bit of a think about those, and yeah, potentially I will come on stream tomorrow as I sort of plan those out. So yeah, we'll see. The first one inspired by Attack of the Vine. Yes, exactly. Exactly. But yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. So that being said, that's it for me today. Thanks everyone for joining. It's been a great stream back. Really active on the chat and everything. It's been really fun. And yeah, I've missed it. So thanks everyone for tuning in. It was a good chat. I feel like we really talked some stuff out today, which was nice. I hope you found it helpful. I hope you found it enjoyable. And yeah, have a good rest of your day, everyone. Peace out.